morning, everyone. The time is 8:07 a.m. It is Saturday, June the 7th, and I'm going to call the special city council meeting to order. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell.
Here.
Kaiser.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
Zuniga.
Present.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
Tobias.
Here. All right. All members are present. We have a quorum. Did I miss somebody? Did I? Oh, you give me a look. Next up is citizen comments period. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments. Next up, reports and presentations. Receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff direction or feedback regarding the water utilities proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 and the 5-year CIP.
Utilities. And before we get started, I'd like to introduce the management team for water utilities, if you'll bear with me for just a second. So, of course, we've got Tim Sanford as Assistant Director over Water Utilities. Got Warren Christian. Warren is Water Distribution and Wastewater Division Manager. Warren, raise your hand. Didn't recognize Warren without his hat, so kind of caught me off guard. Then we got Mike Van Winkle, Division Manager over Treatment and Water Operations. Michael, there he is. We call Michael the Watermeister. Robert DeFreitas, he's the Division Manager over Wastewater Treatment. Robert, I think everybody knows Robert there. And then our newest manager to our team is Stephen Overby. He is the Water Wastewater Maintenance Division Manager. So this is our budget team that put all this information together today, and so I think they did a really good job. Hopefully you will too. So the mission of the City of Kyle Water Utilities Department is to enhance the quality of life for our community by providing high quality and dependable water, wastewater, reclaimed water services at a cost-efficient manner while maintaining superior customer service. So I've got a lot of controls up here, so let's see if I can manage this. Moving. Okay, this is off to a good start. Help. Say that again?
You have your mouse connected to it.
Oh, we're using the mouse. Okay. Sorry about that. I thought we were using that. Okay, got it. So this is our current org chart. We have 60 positions right now. We have 8 vacancies, or actually 9 vacancies. We've got 5 of them that are being managed right now through the review process, and we've got 4 of them that we have offers pending. And so, like I tell the city manager and the assistant city manager, it's sort of a take 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because we got a lot of moving positions in water utilities. So the water utilities division department is broken down into 4 divisions. We've got water distribution, wastewater collection, maintenance, water treatment operations, and wastewater treatment. And so we got a lot of slides here, so I'm going to go at a pretty good pace. If you got any questions, feel free. So water distribution consists of 17 employees, and it ensures the upkeep and maintenance of more than 228 miles of the water system. We've got several things that we do on a daily basis, and you can see them all. I'm not going to read these slides, but you can see them all listed right here. It's a big effort. Then our treatment operations, 12 full-time employees, oversee the production, treatment, storage, and pumping of the city's potable water supply, including 14 water production facilities, 5 wells, and we guarantee the delivery of highest quality of water to the city of Kyle. And so the big number we got bolded out here is on an annual basis, we treat right at 1.5 billion gallons of water every year. And if you take the average of that, that's a little over 4 million gallons a day. Wastewater collections and department or division consists of 9 full-time employees, ensure the steady flow of approximately 205 miles of different sewer main service, as well as 10 miles of reclaimed water lines, while also monitoring 17 lift stations throughout the city. And of course, listed down there are the day-to-day duties of that division. And then the wastewater treatment plant, which is, as we all know, is going through a major renovation and rehabilitation program right now. And the average flow rate, the goal is to get to an average flow rate of 9 million gallons a day. And we'll talk about that when we talk about our success projects for this past year, about what the status of that is. But that's Robert DeFreitas' department or division. And so the proposed budget, as we kind of get into this, we're going to be talking about several things. We're going to start off with what we consider our success highlights. These are projects that you probably have throughout the year have heard leadership talk about. We've got to go. We've got to move these projects forward in water utilities, so we labeled these as got to go projects. And you'll see that throughout the presentation. So the first one, what I was just talking about with the wastewater treatment plant, and I know it's not typical to put up a schedule chart of the wastewater treatment plant as a success, but if you'll give me a second to explain this. Originally, the completion of the wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation to the 9 million gallons per day level was going to be somewhere around the third quarter of 2028. And right now, we're pushing the permit limits on our wastewater treatment plant. So by working with our engineers on this project, we were able to expedite this in what we called an early works package, which you've already approved, and then a final work package, which will be followed in parallel, not in a series, but in parallel with the first one. And by doing this, we're going to be able to treat 6 million gallons per day by the second quarter of 2026. And being very creative, we're going to do the procurement. We're doing a procurement package on materials internally instead of having the contractor do it, and that saved us several months on this project. So the 6 million gallons per day early work package is well underway, and by doing that, we will be at the 6 million gallon per day, 21 months ahead of the full expansion schedule. So that's why we're considering this a successful project. And we will be delivering type 1 water, which is the highest level of water basically that you can treat before it's potable. That button right there. Another gotta go project and a success project that we're talking about this year was the expansion of the 1626 take point to take our water. And I'm proud to say that we met our schedule, we were on time, and we're taking our water. Now we're taking about 750,000 gallons a day. And by the 15th of this month, we'll be taking 1.73 million gallons per day at that point, plus an additional 650,000 gallons per day that we just recently contracted with Green Valley. So this was a big success project for us on having available water. And the critical point about this is right now our total firm supply was around 4.1 million gallons per day, and our average daily consumption was around 4.1 million gallons a day. So, I told a story once about when I was in college. I was driving a Chevette. I never filled it up with gas. I always put like $2 or $3 in it. So I was constantly riding the E. I was on empty all the time. And so we sort of adopted that as that's kind of where we are with our water system. We're riding the E. But with the things that we've done to bring additional water sources on board, we're now off the E. We're sort of on, maybe 2 notches above a quarter of a tank. No, I'm kidding. So but we're doing much better. And so by doing that, we were able to raise our firm supply, which is water with restrictions, from 4.1 million gallons a day or a little bit above that, to roughly 6.9 million gallons a day. So we've got the water available. Now it's how can we distribute that water with our existing system and our future system. And we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. So I'm suffering allergies this morning. I'm not crying. So I put this slide in the presentation because I wanted you to see what we deal with on a regular basis as far as plan review goes in our department. And we're calling this a success project, and it's the gotta go project, is we changed the way we review plans. And this is not very sexy, not very attractive, but this is going to pay off huge dividends in the future, but by the way that we're currently now reviewing plans. And what happens a lot of times are engineers will turn in a incomplete set of plans and use us for their quality control and plan review, or QA, quality assessment, quality control, and they will tell the developer that they're working for that the projects are over at the city. And so it puts a lot of burden on our staff. We spend a great deal of time on this. So Tim Sanford has taken the lead in this, and we've completely renovated how we do plan review. And now we're putting out more accurate set of plans, and that means there's not going to be any delays or any, I can't say any, but not as many delays or issues with plans as they go into construction. And it doesn't sound like a big deal, but this was a huge effort, and this is going to pay huge dividends to the city in the upcoming months and years. And we're currently averaging about reviewing 5 development plans per week, which a city of this size is pretty incredible. And it takes a lot of time to do this, but that's kind of why we have this slide on there. But congratulations to Tim and his plan review team. It's a big effort. And something that you probably all remember is the SCADA system. This was a got-to-go project. We actually went to council for emergency procurement for design on the SCADA system. I'm glad to say that the design is complete, and now we're entering the actual installation and construction phase of this new SCADA system that's close to 15 years old, maybe a little bit older than 15 years, which in the technical world is, that's pretty unheard of that you would have a system that long. So we're getting caught up. This is going to be a really good project. And it was, let me just read one of the bullets on here, but the SCADA system is the system that provides centralized remote monitoring and operational controls of the city's water and wastewater system. And that's a really big deal in our department. So having an updated system is incredible, and we appreciate Marco's help. He and his team have been working on this, and Mike Van Winkle and his team have been working on this, and so we consider this a huge success in our program. And also, we're going to be completing it about 9 months ahead of schedule, 3 months ahead of schedule. Another one, got-to-go project, as you all remember from Tropical Storm, I think it was Uri, that devastated a lot of cities in this area because of lack of generated power. One of the first projects the city manager handed me was we've got to put something in place so that we don't suffer that ever again. And so what we did is we put these docking stations at all of our water facilities. And what this means is we can pull up a temporary generator, hook it into this docking system, and we have power. And so this was a big project for us that we completed. And now and you'll see in a later presentation, that we're working on permanent generators at these locations, but the docking stations will always be a necessary asset. Just in case one of the permanent generators go down, we still have the ability to pull a temporary generator up and plug it in. So that gives us a little extra insurance. Cost containment strategy. So this is more like what projects did we do that actually pay money back to the city and had an immediate compensation to the city as far as a got-to-go project. And so the generator grant, like I was just talking about, thanks to Amber and her work on that project, we were able to acquire a $1.3 million grant. And that's a big part of the cost. The total anticipated cost is around $4.19 million. But having that additional $1.3 million definitely took a little of the pain out of that project. And so what we did is 7 permanent generators are currently under construction and will be installed should be complete later this year. And so you can see all the details there. Big project. And this one is, I guess, one of our most popular projects is our sludge hauling from the wastewater treatment plant. We had a lot of conversations over that the last few months, but we're taking this opportunity to not only present it to council, but we had said we will come back in 6 months and tell you the status of the project. So we're going to use this as an opportunity to update council on where we are on this project. So right now, it's been a huge success. KBMI, or K3 BMI, was awarded the sludge hauling contract back in December, and the current expenditure over the last quarter have resulted in projected annual savings of $300,000. And this is going to be ongoing for that. and the wastewater treatment plant operational efficiency gained from more flexible belt press operations. Not very attractive, not very sexy, but this is critical to the health and of our wastewater treatment system. And these guys are doing an amazing job, and they're fitting in, keeping things clean, keeping things moving. And the odor control is sort of a byproduct of having an efficient sludge hauling process. And so that is up and running. And then also at the wastewater treatment plant, just a quick update, we've got our odor control features in place at the wastewater treatment plant. And so hopefully the odor complaints have gone way, way down. So we've got all those things in process. And as you know, with the wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation project, we've got a massive odor control feature associated with that, but that's in phase 2 of the wastewater treatment plant. So some of the things that we've done in advance of that, I think are really helping, because hopefully you've noticed that on odor control complaints, but I know that we have for sure.
Mike, can you drill down just a little bit more on that? So, because we do get a lot of complaints. So when is the permanent solution coming in? You said phase 2?
What is the permitted solution?
The permanent solution you said that's...
Oh, the permanent solution. Okay, so I tell you what, why don't I take this opportunity? I'll have Robert, who is our wastewater treatment, our division manager over wastewater treatment, and let him walk you through that right quick. So Robert, you want to go?
Yes, sir. Like Mike said, that's going to be in the full works package to get the large towers, the aqua bacteriological system. That's going to be installed. There's going to be 2 large, cylinders, and one of them will be for the headworks where all the raw influent comes in. And what happens is with the wastewater, anytime there's turbulence, it releases, hydrogen sulfides, and that's the smell. And so that's a big place where lines come in and fall into the lift station to be pumped into the plant. And then the other one is our splitter box, which, that's where the pumps put it to an elevation and it distributes to the plant. And so the headworks, we've got a deodorizer system, and we're also feeding a bacteriological amendment to reduce those sulfite generation at those points. And then at our splitter box, we've installed a small, it's about 500 CFM scrubber, and we've encapsulated that with some rubber mats to, control the odor for now, and until we can get the large project. We did all that work for, less than $10,000.
So I think the question was timing.
Yeah,
When's this going to be
when is
done?
number 2 phase?
First phase is July 26th. The second phase will be done in July of 28.
Let me just, I think I can make it a little bit clear. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. So this chart here, this is the schedule that we're working on. And so you can see go to the bottom of it, where it's got full expansion construction phase, 24 months. So that odor control system will become active in the third quarter, or at the end of the second quarter, first of the third quarter of 2028. Go down all the way down to the bottom of this chart. I don't know if I can no, you can't see my cursor on there, but you can see that on the schedule in front of you. And so that was one of the main reasons that we took these temporary measures to address odor while we're getting to that point. Robert touched on it a little bit, but we put scrubbers, which is similar to, it's a polyurethane membrane system that we put on the splitter box, which is the tall tower you see as you go right into the treatment plant. And that's where most of the odor complaints were coming from, that and the headworks. And council approved, I'm sure you don't remember, but that you approved us to use a solvent at the front of the headworks as sort of a deodorizer. And then we've got a mister also that shoots a fine mist with the odor control in it also. So we've got 3 things that we're working on for right now, but the new system is 2028.
What was it that we're using that creates a barrier above it, almost like a crust?
Yeah, so what was that? Yeah, come on up. I'm not sure what that was.
Tim Sheffer, Assistant Director. So what Robert was describing is basically like a cattle mat that they use over their open grading, and that just contains those odors, while the forced air scrubber is pulling that out of there, taking it to a charcoal media and just, getting rid of that hydrogen. sulfur smell.
I think what the councilman's talking about was what we're putting in at the headworks, that solvent.
The one that turns into a crust that holds everything in. There was something y'all were using that y'all talked about.
Actually, we were trying to dissolve the crust, actually,
Is
is
that
what
what
it
y'all were
was.
trying to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that was one of the problems
Yeah.
is, it's not very, after
The
everybody
other
had
thing
breakfast, but it formed the crust over
So on-
that lift station right at the headworks.
So on 6 months on the, what do you call it, our sludge haul, I was kind of hoping on a bigger report, making sure that we're getting everything we asked for, making sure that we have documentation on where they're disposing of what they're taking off of it, making sure we're keeping an eye on that part of it. I just don't want it to come back later on saying that City of Kyle's doing something they shouldn't be doing, right? So just making sure we have all that in place.
Yeah, so I think we could say 100%, the company that we're using is checking all the boxes. These guys so far, I don't want to let them hear it, so they'll raise their prices, but they've been doing an amazing job.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're getting what we paid for and what we're promised the hauling. We're making sure that they're taking it to the right landfills and everywhere else. Oh, well, not landfill, but the right area to dispose of the material they're taking, making sure
Yes.
they're not taking
Yeah,
shortcuts.
so let me just kind of go back to that picture. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'll pull it back up.
Because there's a manifest that we keep an eye on, right? As a city.
So you can see the trucks that they're using now. These are so much nicer than what we've been using. This is their haul truck right here. And night and day difference in the equipment that these guys are using opposed to the prior contractor.
Yeah, it's not a container anymore now.
Yeah.
It's a full truck. That's cool.
So the process is it's working extremely well. And we can put something in writing, if you want to see more than this, we can.
Yeah, I
sure.
just want to make sure we're doing
Yeah,
what
okay.
we said we were going to be doing.
Well, we've
as
got-
a city, and we're
Yeah.
disposing of our material in the right areas, not, taking any shortcuts anywhere. The other thing is, it looks really good. It looks like it's going to be working faster. The other thing is, how long is the material now staying? That's what I wanted when I asked for a 6-month report. I wanted to know how long the material's staying on property,
I think
how the
it's,
disposal
yeah.
process
So
is
that's
and
daily,
everything.
right?
Yeah.
Let's get Robert back up here. So.
I mean, we are top end, we're 12 to 14 hours, like at the end of the
Oh,
day.
wow.
If we press a box, that's the first box picked up in the morning. A lot of times, they're showing up and taking a box as it's coming off the press.
That's great, because
Yeah.
remember, Robert, when we were having the issues with the
Yeah.
containers with the last company?
Yeah.
And we're getting all the phone calls from all the
Yeah.
residents. I just want to make sure we're
Yeah,
getting
with our
that
previous
time now.
contractor, I think the longest we had boxes out there for 5 days.
Yeah, and sometimes
just-
over the weekend completely, so we're getting that large smell coming out of there.
Yeah.
So great to hear that it's
Yeah.
getting out of there, almost leaving the press. That's
Yeah.
probably, the residents probably appreciate that.
Yeah.
A bunch, so, yeah, thank you for the information.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else on the? I knew this was going to be one of our most popular.
You're saying
I knew
that,
it. I knew it.
you're saying that we have not been getting complaints lately because of these improvements? Or
Well,
are we
I
still getting
wouldn't say
complaints?
we haven't been getting complaints because it's still it still is what it is, but they have gone down, I would say, maybe 90%, 95%.
Yeah, I'll say, because we were getting a lot of emails there for a while.
We did get a lot of complaints for a while there. We
No, I
never
know.
used to, and then
Believe me.
all of a sudden, after the new plant was expanded, we started getting a lot more complaints.
Yeah.
So it's just, it affects Waterleaf
Right.
directly. So I'm glad to hear we're
Absolutely
taking
does.
that
We-
seriously.
we
If I,
get that.
if I could just tie into that just real quick, because this was a very interesting conversation we had in December, because we were going with this different company that we really had no record on, remember that?
Right, I do.
And so, Councilman Rizzo and I had a conversation before, like, okay, what are the questions we're gonna ask this company? We were not so much concerned, but we wanted to make sure they were on point because of the constant complaints and so forth. So I guess to add what he was saying, if we had detailed reports, like maybe in 6 months or at the end of the year, when they're up for renewal, or to have it say, this is where we're taking our sites, this is how long, like you said, we're keeping them at bay, and we're taking them out every 24 hours. That really helps on that end, because in the event we have residents do come back and say, hey, we've noticed a big decrease in the smell, we can at least give them some information. This is why we chose this company
Okay.
to go with this route.
I think, that's a good question. So I think what we can do is in our weekly reports, Because we've got that. We were planning on doing a presentation in July, but we'll put it in your weekly report so you can have that. I was just hoping maybe we could take this as that opportunity and not take up council time. But we will definitely, if it's okay with the city manager, it's just, we can put that report, and it's got photographs and everything that you guys are looking for in our weekly presentation.
We'll be glad to do that. And I think the sludge hauling is one piece of many pieces that we've implemented to address the odors. And so we'll get you a comprehensive report on all of those items. But I think the point we were trying to make to you is that this has been very successful and has certainly addressed one of the core issues that we've had, as well as saved us a significant amount of money. So we'll get you a more complete report so you can have that detail.
I'll just jump in and say the frequency of the complaints has gone down, Mike, right? So
Good.
we used to get them a day, and then the next day we'd still have some odor smell that would, persist. Now it's just a few, not very long, and it normally happens when there's a lot of high saturation, high humidity, and no wind out there.
Yeah.
So that's when you can detect it, but it doesn't last very long. But a lot better than it was before.
Good.
Where I would hear from the residents once or 2 days, and then even the third day, they'd still get the smell. But it's
Right.
gone away with a lot of these improvements. And
Well,
I'm looking forward
appreciate
to
that.
moving to the final phase and seeing the final solutions,
Yeah.
which are really going to improve tremendously from where we
will.
were. So it's like we moved from point A, and we're going to get there, and the improvements have been a lot better, noticed by the residents as
Yeah,
well.
and there's going to be, over the next, between now and when the project is complete, there's going to be several things that you guys are going to notice because we put in a major renovation plan to the beautification around Waterleaf Park. And to the treatment plant itself, we're putting in an 8-foot tall masonry fence around the entire site. And so we are going to eliminate any traffic going through the neighborhood. All traffic is coming through from the other side of the plant. So there's a lot of things, and it includes, we're working with David and his group on landscaping and doing all that around. So there's a couple things. It's going to help the park. It's going to screen all that off, the people who are using the walking trails around it. It's not going to help as much as odor, but definitely the appearance of that treatment plant is going to be improved a great deal.
So I know the truce test will be in the fall, because right now the winds are out of the south, being the summertime. It'll be the fall when we come in, and then northern winds will push the odors towards Waterley. So it'll be the fall when we really get a good test of what it is.
That's good. I'll take my vacation in the fall. No, we're on it. We're on this thing. We're gonna work this thing. So it's not the perfect solution. I think the perfect fix is going to be in 2028, but definitely it's a much better. And thank you all for helping us and approving the funding necessary to do these projects. So another project that we're looking at, this was a gotta-go project on our automated meter integration system, automated meter reading, going from the old style that we had to the new style. And so I'm going to read some of these things because this was a really big success project, and many council members, Councilman Rizzo, thank you all for working with us on this project. But it consists of the replacement or rehabilitation of approximately 15,000 meters. And a lot of the work was done by staff. And you can see this is actually in our garage where we move stuff around and we have lunch and we have safety meetings and all that. But we sort of converted that into a manhole conversion process for several months. And staff saved about $190,000 by cutting little holes in the tops of all the meter box lids, and paid great dividends and helped speed up the project. And by retasking some 5,000 of our existing meters, instead of replacing them, we modified them with the new system. They were compatible with the new system. And by doing this, instead of just going completely new everything, we renovated and renovated the existing meter system. We did buy some new ones, part of this, but we saved somewhere between $5 million and $6 million by doing this. So this was a big project for us. It's currently under construction right now, and you will be seeing a neighborhood near you where we're actually working in your house, converting all these meters. We're going door to door, and we've got a contractor on board with Aquatech that we're modifying thousands of existing meters. And so the process is working, it's in place. We hope to have it finished by the end of this year. And by doing that, it's going to give us great flexibility on water consumption. And we don't know how much it's going to save us on lost water or lost revenue, but we think it's going to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars per year once we go to this new metering system. And we also have the ability to see, if we wanted to, how much water each individual home is using. If we see a home is using typically 6,000 gallons per month or something like that, and all of a sudden now it's 50,000 gallons per month, we know they've got a problem, and we can identify it. And by doing that, it saves us that lost water. These are all big things. And also, I got one more slide on this. So a couple of other side benefits on this project, but we were able to reduce current utility billing staff for people who actually drove around reading the meters sort of the old-fashioned way, so the old-school way, which is what we were doing it. And we were able to reduce from 6 full-time employees to two full-time employees at a savings of $225,000. Now, we didn't put these guys out on the street. We offered them other jobs within the water utilities, or actually anywhere in the city. So that was a big plus on this program too. So we're very proud of the way that has been working out.
Is there a way we could like maybe get a dashboard or something put together that shows the progress of the AMI conversion?
Sure.
Like where we're at and like a schedule for conversion?
Yep, we can absolutely do that. So these guys just wrapped up. We just finished the process of preparing. And so I think our last report, they've installed 296 so far. And we're going to ramp that up a great deal. So that's after a couple of weeks getting into the program. They're hiring more staff, so you're going to see a lot more than that. So, but we can definitely give you that. But so far, we've changed out 296 of these, plus or minus, over the last 2 weeks.
But you're
going
going
to
to be changing out 15,000 over the next 6
Yeah,
months?
so we're ramping that way up. I mean, we had a conversation with Aquatech this past week, and as they sort of figure this out and go door to door and all that, we're adding more staff to it, and so you're going to see hundreds and hundreds more per day, or not per day, but per week than what we're currently doing.
And are we working on a communication strategy with that?
Mm-hmm.
Training in particular, like, for residents?
Yep.
Because it's a different way of monitoring.
There's a door hanger process. Before we come to your neighborhood, we'll let you know a good week in advance that we're going to be coming to your neighborhood, and sort of what you expect to see as far as the contractors that are working to do these installations, so that you'll know. And we think that's going to be pretty much the best way.
So the first part of it is just the construction in the neighborhood. Something's going on with your meter. We're making change. And then towards the fall, when we get ready to launch AMI, there will be a big communications push of what is this program? How do you log in? How do you use it? How does it work? We'll certainly get all that. And to your point, Mayor, we'll get you a dashboard so you and the council can monitor the progress of this project. I know it's a big project for the community and something we've been working on for a long time. So we'll get you that so you can see it. We're really proud of it. I think it's making good progress, but you can see it kind of ramping up over the next few months, definitely.
It's sort of where we're at right now, having just started this program. We're doing this initial installation, and we're working with our UBO to make sure everything we're putting in, they can see it and it has a benefit to them. And so they haven't taken over these first 200 plus meters yet. We're still working on that relationship with UBO to make sure it works. But by the time we get through with this towards the end of the year, you'll see this thing. It's going to be amazing, and there will be a dashboard. And we'll probably come back to council as we get closer to completion of this, so you know what to expect and how it's going to work.
Are we buying all the new meters directly, or is there some kind of financial program? Because in the past, when we looked at it, it was very expensive to do the entire city. And
Yeah.
so we looked at maybe doing pieces of it, if I remember, and Robert can correct me, because it was a lot. So, but now I don't see really any discussion about that.
So-
I'm just curious if there's
Yeah,
like
so
a
let
financial
me go back.
mechanism that they put in.
I could add a little bit to that. So in 2019, when I started talking about AMI with the city, we got with staff, the council, fellow council members as well, and we started, as we were implementing new meters, we started bringing in AMI technology. So magnetic meters is something we started working on. So that way and then new development started putting in the new magnetic meters as well. So that way when we decided to go to this process, we wouldn't have to put that big chunk like we were looking at early on. That's why it's taken so long. It was 2019 when we first started having these conversations. Now we're here 2025, and we're not going to have to replace as many, because as meters were going out as well, we were replacing them too. But with the new technology Mike and them are doing, like retrofitting, doing things like that, it's really saved us a lot more money than just switching everything out completely. The only question I have, Mike, is you're talking about some of the meters we're retrofitting. Are we retrofitting magnetic meters? We're not doing the old spin. We're not trying to retrofit the spin
So,
meters, are we?
Let me do this. I've got Warren Christian standing right behind me. You guys know Warren. He's a veteran here at City of Kyle, but he's overseeing our AMI conversion program. And Mayor, to your question, we're not replacing, but we're either renovating or replacing all of the meters in our current system. So Warren, you want to just kind of give them an update on where we're at?
Sure. To answer your question directly, council member, the city of Kyle started about 7 or 8 years ago implementing the process and installing meters and radios that would be compatible with AMI in the future. So everything that we've installed over the last 7 to 8 years is compatible. That's allowing us to not have to go back and replace everything that's in
And
the
those are
system.
magnetic meters, correct?
Correct. Those are electromagnetic meters, yes, sir.
Cool, that's great. That's awesome. So little by little. It's a slow process, and I guess sometimes government works that way, but it's because of the dollars, right? It was really crazy. I know when we first started talking about this in 2019, it was millions.
It was 4 to 6 million, I
yeah.
thought, is what, if I remember correctly, is
Yeah.
how much it was going to cost right away just
Yeah.
to make the conversion. I've never been convinced that AMI will actually have it be a net positive from a revenue standpoint to the city. I don't think that works like
Well-
that, because AMI actually is a revenue reducer, because it prevents people from, it lets them monitor and find leaks faster, and leaks are, so it's but it is an efficiency, which is,
Well,
what I
where
think
the
is very
savings
helpful.
comes in is because right now, the old technology meters, they're, you lose water. So they don't start
Right.
registering water right away. So we're actually losing, whether it's a 3/4 inch line or a 3 inch line, you're losing dollars. When they first turn on the tap, the city's losing dollars. So this is going to prevent that. The other thing is that it's going to do is that it's going to help us save water, especially when we're in droughts.
Yes,
We're going to be
that
able
I
to
agree
monitor
with.
stuff all
Very
through the
much.
system as well. So it's going to be a win for us.
It'll help us to save water and prevent water loss, but water loss before the meter that's happening, that's not very expensive water. Maybe it's, we're letting the customer use water that we're not charging them for because it's not being captured somehow. Like if basically for every 100 gallons you use, the current meter only gets 95 of it captured, which, and then this will catch all 100, then there's an extra 5 gallons or 5% increase there, but essentially we're just charging the customer more accurately. So lots to it, but any way you look at it, this is the correct technology.
Thank you. That's a good point.
Well, my last question is on the technology, making sure that, we're doing the best we can, fighting cybersecurity. That's the biggest concern that most cities are going to have, making sure that we have a really good company overseeing that. I don't know if they're doing it in-house or what, but just making sure that they're doing the best, right? We want the best technology, but cybersecurity technology on that platform, because it's
Right.
going to be a huge platform. And, you've seen cities throughout the United States get ransomed, you know what I mean? So just making sure we're doing what we can to prevent that.
Right. And this is the highest level of technology. And it's not like we're putting these on an old broken down meter. These meters are compatible and they were designed for this type of system. But I don't mean this in a negative way, but we sort of went on the cheap when we installed the meters that we're currently using, and now we're advancing those up. So, any other questions on this?
Just
Okay,
excited about this finally going online.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 2019 when I first had council and went to what was it, Travis, where we ended up going to San Antonio. What was that for? TML, right? TML conference, where I learned about AMI and was really excited, brought it back and was hoping to see it online sooner, something I really worked for, but I'm glad it's finally come in here. I think it's going to be a great savings. It's going to be great for the city, especially in case of an weather event. I mean, Marble Falls was a smaller city than us, has it in place and was able to tackle during the snowpocalypse, tackle their leaks by the greatness of the line, right? So able to go from large lines to small lines instead of running around not having a plan. So it's definitely going to save us a lot in the future.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate those comments. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Tim, and we're going to go through customer service.
Good morning again, council and mayor. So these next few slides that I have for you are just really just talking about the growth of our system that we've seen over the last several years. I'll display some charts to kind of put a visual to that, just to help as we present our budget in the later slides, to give you an understanding and a little bit of background of what we're asking for. So to get us started, we're going to talk about our wastewater system. So as Mike has spoken about already, our wastewater system is made up of what's listed here. I'm not going to read all of these off to you, but 17 lift stations, 206 miles of gravity mains. And there to the right of the chart, that's just kind of that's that chart I was showing you on the growth of our system. So in the orange, we have wastewater lines listed. As you can see, that chart has gone up over the years. And that also shows the number of lift stations here in the more recent years. And then also shows the number of staffing that we have that's responsible for maintaining those systems. And then down at the bottom, that's the schedule that we spoke about already for the wastewater treatment plant. So we're currently at 4.5 million gallons per day. Our goal is to be at 6 million gallons per day by August of 2026, and then 9 million gallons a day of treating capacity by August of 2028. So the next part of the system we'll talk about is the water system. This is just the makeup of what our water system is made up of. So we have 8 elevated storage tanks, 228 miles of water lines, some projects, and I'll talk about the chart first, but again, that just shows the system growth to the right on the chart. In orange, you have water valves. In green, you have water hydrants. So that's, right now we're sitting at roughly 2,000 fire hydrants around the cities that we have to maintain. Again, in the blue, we show the staff there. It's kind of hard to see on the chart. And then the number of miles of water line also shown. Some success projects that we've been able to complete over the last year. One of them, if you've seen it at the Crosswinds water tank, it kind of looks like a golf ball on a tee out there. It's just not painted that way. And then as going out of town, kind of going towards Wembley on the west side, that Hoover elevated storage tank, it is days from being online. So they're doing the final commissioning of that facility. That service is pressure plane 3 for our water system. And then those projects that are still under construction are 1626. And then this next project has a couple of different names. You may hear it called Waterstone Facility, RCR 158. This is located on the southeast side of town in the Waterstone subdivision. It will be a take point for our Arwa supply. So we have 1626 as a take point for Arwa. The CR 158 station will be a second tank point. And then we're also working on a third take point that we've spoken with you about recently. So this last slide I have for you is just a comparison with some of our sister cities. So our goal out of this is to show us where we are today, and then I want to explain what our goal is, where we want to be, and we understand that we're not going to be there tomorrow. It's going to take a few years. And so what this chart is, and what I'm trying to describe is the comparison to the number of citizens that we serve to the number of staff that we have that serve those citizens. So just using Kyle as an example, for every 1,221 citizens that we serve, we have 60 employees. I'm sorry, so we have 1 employee for every 1,221 citizens that we serve. And then that goes across for each one of these other municipalities and organizations. So you see like Pflugerville is closer to 780, St. Marcus is 858, and MBU is 975. Our goal is to be in around the 700 to 800 range. And again, we know we're not going to be there tomorrow, but our goal is moving forward, we want to start biting away at that and taking smaller bites of that every year, every fiscal year. Something important to know about these other sister cities, not all of them, but the majority of them, also have third-party operations that operate their water facilities, operate their wastewater facilities. We do everything in-house here at the city of Kyle. We do some contract work with the labs and things like that, but we operate our facilities, water, wastewater, and things like that. So again, this is just kind of speaks to our goals as we present our budget, and just to give you some background as to why we're asking what we're asking for. That's all the slides I have, and I'll turn it back over to Mike unless you have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Tim. And so this is our proposed organization chart for this upcoming year. We're asking for 8 positions, and like what Tim was saying, if you go back to the previous slide, we've got 1 employee per 1,200 residents. And the reason that we're asking for these is we continue to grow our system, and as our system continues to grow, so does our needs to maintain the things that we're spending so much money building. And so, like Tim was saying, we know it's not going to happen overnight. We would never ask that of council. We appreciate everything that you guys do for us for new employees. So we're going to start taking bites at the apple, and our goal is to get in that 700 to 800, or 1 employee for every 700 to 800 customers that we have. And we think it's doable in probably the next 4, 5, 6 years. So we're going to keep looking at that. But these are the positions that we're asking for this year. And we'll kind of go over those in a little bit more detail. So we're looking for an additional a management assistant. Right now we've got 2 ladies that are doing a great job, but they're over water, wastewater, public works, facilities, and fleet services, and those departments are going to continue, or divisions are going to continue to grow, and so we feel like we need to bring an additional assistant on board to help us with that process. And then we've got pre-treatment, and 1 division manager, water quality, so we're working on that. Wastewater treatment operator, and if you want to go into details on any of this, these gentlemen behind me can definitely go into more detail on each one of these. A lead water production operator, a backflow technician. You'll see a lot of things coming out on backflow as we ramp up that program on backflow prevention and cross connection control, and then instrumentation and control tech. Let's see if I can do that. Sorry, there we go. And
before you go on, will you go back to the org chart? You don't mind?
Go back to which one?
The org chart with the
Okay.
proposed staffing on it?
Nope, sorry.
There's a couple of key roles on here that are vacant. What's one, what's the plan for filling those roles? And 2, are there any roadblocks that are keeping you from filling those roles?
Yeah, so the vacant positions, we described that a little bit earlier. We currently have 9 vacancies out of the 60, and it's just people moving on, people getting promoted, people not liking the work after they got here. You know, there's a lot of different things that go into that. And so, especially when you're dealing in a business like that deals with wastewater, very, very tough to hire somebody to start at, in the first place, right? Because of the nature of the job. But getting them on board and keeping them on board, that's the challenge. And I know we're working with Rosie and her department and Julie Beggs on salary and adjusting that. And we're going through that whole process right now with HR on maybe looking at each individual role of our employees. And it's not just water utilities, it's all across the board with the city to see if we're actually paying the right amount for these positions, doing cost comparisons and all that with other cities and other outside agencies that we're in competition with. It's not just other cities, but it's across the board. And with development that is so rampant in this area, we're all competing for the same labor pool. Because we have construction workers and concrete workers, people that work in water utilities. Well, those are the needs of the big developers in this part of especially in this area between San Antonio and Austin. There's a high demand, and CDL drivers, incredibly high demand right now for truck drivers, things like that. All the things that we do on a daily basis, those are who we're in competition with. And so we're trying. HR is working right now, trying to figure out what that's going to look like.
Okay, I would, just with so many moving pieces here and all the projects that we've gone through this morning, I would think continuity is of the utmost importance. So if you don't mind thinking about it and talking with Rosie and Brian and figuring out if there's something more that you need to try to help fill those positions for, long periods of time, that would,
Definitely will do that.
please come back to us and let us know.
Okay, glad to do that. That's a good point.
To go off of that, you think, you're looking at attrition rates, right? People retire or they move on. But I can kind of understand where you're getting at, because in our area of Texas, we have so much large development. You can drive to San Antonio and just see construction everywhere. So I'm wondering if, number one, when we're looking at trying to, let's say, the assistant director of water utilities, number one, the qualifications, but number two, they may have 5 or 6 applications out there to other cities.
Yeah.
So are we competing in that market?
We are.
Along with just the amount of work that we have with our growth? Because I want people to understand, like, oh, look, they're just trying to hire people left and right, and just bringing more people on board, but having an understanding as the workload continues to grow in our city.
Yeah.
And more people are moving in, the demand for the service, demand for these type of things, and then we're needing to branch out, because I hate to say, well, we've got all these employees, why can't we just stack more work on them instead of hiring another person? Let's filter in their positions into other areas, which
Yeah.
sometimes overloads that person as well, and then we have issues to where some projects could get delayed
Right.
versus needing the help, so it's something to
So
consider.
those are all things that we think about pretty much every single day. And we're cross-training and we're going, between water utilities, with water, wastewater, people in Mike and Chris's department over in Public Works. And we're also sharing engineering. It's a challenge. I mean, it's a challenge just because there's so much work going on. But thanks to the men and these gentlemen behind me, I think we're doing a really good job of managing it. But do we need help? Yes, we do. And that's why we're asking for these positions. And I promise you, we'll be back next year asking for more. Just like I said, we're going to start taking bites of these apples. But getting these people here and having a place for them to work out of is another big deal. And you'll see that when we start talking about new facilities, because right now we're completely full at pretty much every facility. And we're going to be opening up these mobile offices out at the wastewater treatment plant probably within the next 2 weeks. We'll be opening that up. So that's going to help some.
I remember seeing those photos where you had a desk and a computer, and you had like 6 guys that had to share it.
Yeah, so you've seen
So,
those.
like one chair, So
Yeah.
I understand.
It's a process, though.
yeah.
I mean, you need to, you all know it better than I do. It's a process to get there, and so that's what we're working on that.
Yeah.
And hopefully, you'll
Back in
see.
the past, I knew that, cities competed with other cities, because people took city jobs because of, all the benefit packages that were out there. And I just seen that the mindset has changed from that. We're now competing with the private sector. People, no, I don't know, it just seems like the younger generation didn't really care about the benefit package. It's more about the dollars now. And I'm just wondering what we can do as a city to really promote the benefit packages we offer, and maybe find a way to show people that the benefits outweigh everything else. I mean, when you look at the price of insurance, everything else, I mean, that this city is offering, it's a win for you instead of going out and buying insurance from a private sector company when you're working in the private sector. So really promoting what we have to offer city might be beneficial for us as well.
Well, one minor thing that we just recently implemented working with HR, when they were listing a job, they would typically list the starting salary of that position, and that's what went out into the market. So our team working with Rosie's team, we're putting the full scale, not just the starting salary, but the full pay scale in the jobs that we're sending out and asking for people to apply. Because a lot of people will look at that starting salary and they go, there's no way I'm going to do that. I've been doing this for 20 years. I'm not going to. And so it was reducing the amount of applications we were getting. So by putting the full pay scale in there, we're getting more people to apply for it. And so HR has given us the flexibility based on experience and education where we can hire in that salary range, which has helped a great deal. It makes us more competitive, competing with outside people.
What if we do some kind of implementing plan like what Cop Police is doing when they're doing a lot of their recruiting videos? If we could do the same thing for all of them, all the ones that are coming up that's going to be requesting for additional staff, to where we can get some kind of positive campaign to where we could really show out there, this is Public Works, this is what they do, come join our team, this is the type of work we do, and reach out and branch out to that market like we do with law enforcement. Sometime to get that kind of campaign and have an interview with one of your engineers, or have a small clip of of being on site and seeing what you're doing, whether it's driving the trucks or working inside the facility,
Right.
and just kind of getting that, that excitement. Because I could tell you right now, there's some high school kids right now that are looking probably, what am I going to do when I graduate? So if we can push that kind of market, we could say, hey, look, when you graduate from college or you looking for something to do to better your career, we can maybe promote something like that from an engineering standpoint and promote our city that way and maybe we can get some feet on that.
Sure, we can certainly look at doing something like that. I want to make sure that we haven't given the wrong impression. We don't think this is a crisis moment for the staffing. We've got many of these that are in process of being interviewed and some folks that are just awaiting offers. So you're always going to have a few openings just with the transition and turnover that you have in a large staff like this. So we think we're in a good spot here. It's always a little challenging with the market and you've got a lot of people in demand, but we're in a good spot. But we can certainly look at doing some additional recruitment videos and trying to get more people into the door. I think as Mike's talked about, we've made a lot of progress on that recently, but there's always more that can be done.
Yeah, because if we're going to be coming back every year, that's what I'm saying. If we're coming back every year to say we're looking at hiring this, but at least we can maybe, from our point, promote not only our city and the great things we're doing, but if there is ever somebody out there that is interested in a position to work, you start at the ground and then you move up eventually in years to come.
Yeah, and I appreciate the city manager saying that, because where we're at right now, all the cities that Tim listed, all of our sister cities have gone through what we're going through right now as far as this incredible growth. And so as we grow, as we continue to grow, and you'll see that in our CIP part of the presentation, we want to keep up with that growth. And Brian, our city manager, is 100% right. It's not a crisis mode right now, but for us to keep up, we're going to be coming back as our system continues to grow, and so does the need for additional maintenance. That's kind of what we're getting at here.
Mike, I just want to say, when I'm looking at your work chart and your proposed positions, they completely feel like where you need to be balanced and
Right,
to
for
provide
right now,
good
it
service
does.
and quality. So these are all essential. All these positions provide a great value, and the challenge is retaining and keeping them after they're trained, and keep these employees here, long term for us, because that's where we get our return.
But there's also a sort of another piece of that is it's not that they're leaving the city, but they're being promoted into another position, which leaves the vacant position.
Right.
So you kind of are always in that little circular cycle. But we want our employee, and we even promote it when we hire, that there are growth opportunities.
Sure.
And we would definitely support you, and if you're looking for something to promote into, we're definitely we're going to support that.
Right. Well, I could just see a lot of consideration was done in deciding where you need them and where they need to fit. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Yes, sir. All right. So we got through that. Thank you for all that. So just kind of on our budget, one of the new things the city manager has asked us to do this year is to show all the costs associated with hiring these positions, not just the salary and benefits, but also the contractual costs, the commodity costs, and the capital equipment costs. So these positions are around almost $1 million for 8 positions, which is a pretty good bargain. All right, so non-CIP equipment, this is another big thing, is keeping our equipment current, keeping modern equipment, the highest technology available for to maintain our systems, and then also rotating out our equipment that's worn out, because we're pretty hard on our construction equipment. So we've got a list of 11 pieces of equipment that we're proposing. You can see the ones that have asterisks beside them are pieces that we asked for last year, but having to to meet our budget, we had to move those to this year. So you'll see these are all laid out. These are in priority order here. So these are the pieces that we're talking about. And if you want to go into any more detail on any of these pieces of equipment, we've got that information available. And so what we did is in our budget, we prioritized equipment and staff and listed them all out, which are what we consider the most critical needs right now. And so we've got those listed out here also. And we've also to decide if we are able to hire all these 8 proposed positions. We go from one employee per 1,200 to 1 employee per just a little over 1,000. So you can see how we're going to be knocking this thing down with our goal of around 700 to 800 per employee. So this is just and we won't go through this unless you want to stop on one of these, but this is just the basic description about each one of these pieces of equipment. We're flying now, unless you guys want to stop me. Okay.
I guess the only question I've got is on the John Deere. I'm a big fan of John Deere, but as we're.
Which one?
How we've been doing as getting, parts from that, 'cause I know John Deere's shifting everything over to Mexico now with the plants and will be trailers coming in. It's kind of worried about what that's gonna look like in the future with parts.
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt, especially on our bigger pieces of equipment, that when they do go down, they're down for days at a time, they're down for weeks and weeks at a time. And that's why we want to keep rotating the worn out pieces of equipment, get the obviously new equipment doesn't have as many issues as we do. One of the great things, and Mike Trimble and Chris will be talking about in their presentation, is having internal facility or fleet maintenance. And we are 100% in support of that. Right now, we have to contract everything out that we need maintenance on. Even our leased vehicles is a challenge. But on our larger pieces of equipment, we have to contract all that out. So as part of the project that we've been working on for a while now, and council just approved our land acquisition effort. In that new facility, we'll have a new fleet maintenance shop, which will do heavy, I guess the goal is to do heavy equipment and light equipment maintenance. And so to answer your question, it's a challenge for sure.
Yeah.
And it's always going to be a challenge until we can bring that in-house.
Yeah, that sounds great. Keeping spare parts as well. Just there's something that we know probably goes out more frequently. Would probably be having that facility now would probably be beneficial. But I guess even not just John Deere. I guess all the different providers probably bring in stuff from overseas. I know I was waiting on a claw bucket. It took me over a year to get it. So just everything's just taking forever and just tough. But all right, thanks, Mike.
Yes, sir. Okay, and this is just a list of the leased vehicles, and I know that I don't want to steal the thunder from our friends over at Public Works. They'll be talking about leased vehicles and things like that in their presentation. So this is the bottom line on our operating budget. We've got the personnel, we've got contractual services, commodities, non-CIP, transfers, and at the end of the day, we're proposing about a little bit more than 24% increase in our operating budget that will get us up to right at just a little over $38 million a year. It's not too aggressive, but it is a little. I mean, we know we're asking for a lot. And so, getting into unless there's any questions on that, getting into the 5-year CIP spending plan and new projects we're proposing, and all of the new projects that we're proposing are water utility projects this year, because as you all know, we're currently underway on our wastewater master plan. So you will see projects coming next year as far as our wastewater master plan. As far as new projects go, we've got several wastewater projects that are under construction right now or under design, but those aren't what we can consider new projects. So the new projects that we're going to present are basically all water related. The water master plan identified CIP that will increase transmission capacity and pumping capability and water pressure improvements. So right now there's sort of like I explained, there's 3 legs to this stool. We've got to have the water supply. So I think we're doing really, really good right now on our water supply, having moved us off of the E to about a half tank So we're doing really well there. So the other things that we're working on are our pumping capabilities, which we feel we're in really good shape there, but we still have ways to go. On the transmission side, which is our pipelines, our system is either doesn't exist or it's undersized in several areas, or pressure plane 1 and 2 specifically. And so that's what we're going to be spending most of our money on over the next 5 years, are pumping and transmission. So keep that in mind when we go through this presentation. So staff has also recommended several high priority projects, and you'll see those. So we've got the master plan that we just completed, and we got staff recommendations, and then we've also got road bond projects in which we're working with the transportation group to make sure that if we need a line upsized, replaced, or relocated, we're doing those as all part of this process. And then the water master plan, like I said, is currently under design.
So Mike, if you're upgrading a wastewater line or a water line as a part of the road bond project, how are the funds for that project? Like, what account are those coming out of? Is it in the road bond budget? In other words, is it coming out of the GO road bond funds to upgrade those lines, or is it coming out of the wastewater utility funds?
It's a little of both. If it has to do with us wanting to upsize an existing line for no other reason than we need more capacity, we don't want to have to go in and tear out their brand new road to put in a water line. So we're trying to stay in front of those, and those are typically paid out of our water fund. If it's as a result, we're having to do something as a result of the road bond project, I think, and these guys can speak on it better than I can, but I think what Kay Freeze was doing an estimate, and that's part of that project. But there's sort of a little of both is the way I would kind of say that. And we can, I've got a few aerial photos that we're going to go over that in just a second, and I kind of show you how that will work. Maybe answer that question. And I think a good one was this GBRA that we just approved. As a result of a road bond project, GBRA needed to buy an easement and relocate some of their big facilities. And I think the road bond estimated about $1.5 million. Well, the project came in at like $3 million, GBRA came at $3 million. So we split that cost with the road bond and the water utilities department, almost 50-50. I think water paid a little bit more, but not much. So that was how that one worked out. So here, like I said, we had 15 projects. These first tranches, was it 1, 2, 3, 4? The first 6 projects are listed in this chart, and it doesn't really have a lot of meaning when you just look at a chart and it says a 24-inch water line and this is how much it cost. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. And so what we're trying something a little bit different this year. I hope you like what we're doing. So we've taken this pressure zone of projects and we put it in a map like this. So now you can see how these projects come together. This is in pressure plane number 1, and these are all projects that either we're proposing or they're under design right now. These are new projects. So we'll start off, from the bottom left-hand corner. You see in yellow, that is the Go Forth Meritage Homes project, which is currently under design. You can see that. And the reason we're doing this is so you can kind of get an idea of our thinking on how we're tying all these systems together. We're not just randomly building, and I know you don't think that, but we're not just randomly building these water projects. We want to show you how they all connect to the overall system. So the second one is the Go Forth Meridia whatever that is, master water plan. And so the first one is under design, which means that it was already either approved prior to the water master plan. So the Go Forth project is a water master plan project. And then we've got, continuing on, we've got right by Sunset Ridge, we've got the 24-inch Post Oak water line, which is under design. The Bunton Creek Road project, which is under design. And then moving on up, you can see how these all kind of connect, Layman Extension. And I think the Bunton Road project, that is a road bond project, to answer the mayor's question. So we've got master plan projects, we've got projects that were identified with staff, and then we've got road bond projects, and this is how they are all sort of connecting together. And this is in pressure plane number 1. So I got a cool I got a cool little thing here. So I can click on that and bring that up so you can kind of see the status of the project. So let's see, schedule is 26 through 29. But I can, and thanks to Tim and getting in his brain a little bit, he's the one that kind of created the system where we can go from the map to the actual project itself.
We've got roads going through there as well. Keeping that in mind as well.
For the, you mean for our water line? Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah, we've got to, yes.
I'm just kind of thinking how the road coming in, when we're looking at right-of-way easements, all that.
All of that, yes. Easements are the bane of our existence. No, just kidding. So yes, we are. So no, but the way we've got this set up, and then if you all will have the capability of doing this too, we'll send you the electronic copy. You can see how we kind of go back and forth. If you want to see any of these projects, like if we want to look at the Layman Extension project, we just click on it. It gives you that. So pretty cool little feature. But this is the first time we've ever tried this. But we hope that by doing this, you can see see what we're thinking in our overall plan. So this is pressure plane number 1. Pressure plane number 2, you can see all the projects listed here that we're proposing for pressure plane number 2 in the 5-year CIP plan. And so very similar to what we just saw there, you go to your map. We've got them all laid out to show how these all connect. Now the criticality behind this is if we've got the pumping capacity, and we've got the water available to make all of that work, we've got to upgrade our water system. And that's why you see these plans, so that we can take, and we've got more water coming, just so you know, we're not stopping right now. In 2027, we've got another 2 million gallons a day coming from Arwa. And then we've got GBRA water coming in somewhere between 2030 and 2033, additional water. So we've got to have a system that can move that water. It doesn't do you any good if we've got the water, but we can't push it through our system. So that's the criticality behind everything that we're proposing now and over the next 5 years. And so you can see them all listed here. I won't go through them, but unless you want me to pluck one of these out specifically.
I just keep thinking about how much water that is, a 24-inch line. That's huge.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's great to see that we're being proactive and thinking about what's coming in the future. So
yeah,
great job.
Well, appreciate that. So those are the 3 things that we think about every day: water, pumping, and transmission. Those are what we do, and it just so opens up everything. And then on the flip side of that is the wastewater side of it too, which is absolutely as critical. And so, not to leave out the pressure plane 1 and 2, we got a little project right here, which is water CIP projects overview. So that you can see the little projects here that we're looking at, if you want to see what that is. So pressure plane boundary modifications to 1 and 2 includes changes in additional lines, targeted areas, improved pressures in the downtown area. So that's what this is all about. But it's really simple. And like I said, you guys will have these maps available to you, and you can toggle through them just like I'm doing right now. You just go to the box, whatever you want to see, you just click on it, and it gives you all the information about that current project. Okay? And so, whoops, I got a little ahead of myself there. So I was talking to Amber just yesterday about how important council's decision was to approve the ASR program. That was a huge step for the city of Kyle in doing something this creative. And just coincidentally, Brian sent me an email the very next day that said that SAWS had just approved a $100 million plant expansion for the additional ASR water that they're going to be harvesting. So this is a big deal. This is a big deal for a town like Kyle, the city of Kyle, to move forward. This technology is available. And like we said in our meeting Tuesday night, we're going to be going after low interest funding, grant funding, whatever's available to offset some of these costs, because what we approved the other night was just basically step one. And then as we get into this, we're going to be coming back asking for additional funding, hopefully, because that will mean that we're on track. We've discovered something. So this is really exciting to do this kind of work for an engineer. I will tell you personally, this is truly a very cool thing to do. So, and then possibly, we're opening the door for indirect potable reuse. And so if we're going to be producing type 1 wastewater out of our wastewater treatment plant at a rate of about 9 million gallons a day by 2028, a lot of cities are going to this. And so I don't want to be left behind. I want to keep this on our radar as potential additional water source of taking our wastewater, mingling it with a water source somewhere around the city, and then drawing that out, treating it to the level of potable water. That's a possibility. Not saying we're going to do it, but definitely is something that many, many other cities are going to do. And we'll probably be taking a trip to El Paso sometime this fall. They're heavily engaged in this process right now, doing it. Wichita Falls, which is where Chris is from, are currently doing indirect potable reuse. So other cities are doing this with great success. And once you get over to that stigma of where that water is originating from, it becomes the water of choice from the customers just because it's so clean.
Yeah, we visit a city in Arizona that's doing this, and they call the mayor the water mayor, and he's famous for putting number 2 into H2O is what they say. So it's, but he's very popular. People really have bought into what it is, and what they do is they take it down, set it down in the aquifer, let it clean up, and then bring it back up is what they're doing. So
right.
Stage 1. So there's a process in doing it, but yeah, it's really cool to
well,
see
we've talked to several people. We've talked to the assistant director over water with El Paso, and the challenge is not the water. The technology for sure is there. Where I came from in Corpus Christi, we drew our water from Colorado River, which is nowhere near as clean as the water that we're going to be treating at the wastewater treatment plant. But the stigma is the public relations piece of that. So we're going to definitely meet with people who've gone through this before if we do decide to go this way. But we've got it there. It's part of our 5-year plan to investigate it. So kind of closing out what we're talking about. So on the water side, we combined our 15-year new projects with projects that are already approved and are in the existing 5-year plan. So we did a combination of those two, and it's a big number. But over the next 5 years, it's a total, or through 2030, let's put it that way, just under $388 million. It's a big ask, but this when you're growing a city and growing a system, this is sort of the part of the growing pain, But this is what we're looking at, and we highlighted what we're considering some of our key projects over the course of the next 5 years.
When y'all do go to look at the water reuse program, Brian, is that something council members might be able to go if they have time and availability?
Sure.
And funding?
Sure.
That'd be something I'd be very interested in, the technology to see it done.
Absolutely. I mean, I was hoping that would be the case. But we wanted to wait till it cooled off a little bit.
Sure.
And since it's under construction, in our conversation with El Paso, it would be better to wait till the construction is actually progressed so it makes sense what we're looking at. But they're using, not to pick on El Paso, but they're using everything. They're doing desalination, they're doing aquifer storage recovery, they're doing IDPR, and also groundwater. And, so they're struggling like everybody else, especially in West Texas for sure. But yeah. So wastewater, very similar to what we were just talking about. Over the course of the next 5 years, projects that are currently under construction are under design. For the next 5 years, we're looking at 320 million. 320 billion. So right now, we've got HDR is working on updating our impact fees for development. And so just wanted to kind of give you guys a schedule on where we are with that. So July 15th, we're going to be recommending council adopt an order for a public hearing to provide publication of a 30-day advance public notice on impact fees. And we will be working through that process with obviously with the city manager and council.
So just to highlight that for the council, as we did this about a year and a half ago, one of the things that we told you is we wanted to update our master plans and get our new CIP programs in place and then use that as the basis for the updates to the impact fees. So that's the purpose of this, is now that we have our plans, is to put that into the formulas with impact fees to see what those impact fees should be and what development should pay for when they're coming in and putting in new units. So we see it's kind of part and parcel of that whole program, but it does take us a few months to get there to calculate those. But those will be coming back at the end of the summer.
And how would that look like? Because the state's now allocating dollars towards water projects. We had a congressman reach out to us about, our water projects as well, putting some together as a regional scale. Where are we at in that process of putting that meeting together and making sure we can get some dollars from the federal government, state government, to try to limit these impact fees being so detrimental on putting the whole burden on the residents?
Well, the impact fees will be paid by new development that's coming in. So it's designed to offset the cost to our residents, so it's people that are coming into the system. But we are looking at every potential funding option that's out there. We've talked to both state and federal partners, the State Water Development Board. We've met with them recently. We've also been meeting with the EPA. We're working with our federal lobbyists to try to get additional opportunities for grant funding. So we're looking at all those different options. We'll be coming back with some programs with WIFIA as well with EPA. It helps us kind of manage how we finance projects going forward. But there's no stone that we're leaving unturned on these. We want to get every dollar we can. They're just very expensive projects, and they do take a number of years to kind of move forward, but we're looking at everything we can. You bet.
All right. Uh-oh, did we miss a couple of slides there, Tim? No, I think that got it, sorry. All right, so that's the end of our presentation, and I know we've been asking questions as we're going along here, but anything else? And if you think of something, for sure, let us know in the process, and we'll try to answer the best we can.
It's good to see how proactive we are, because if we look at our roads, and I've had these conversations with many council members, including the mayor, we're playing catch up right now, and we didn't plan. The city's past administrations, not putting it on them, but they didn't see this explosion that we had. And this is where we're kind of stuck with our roads, trying to get them upgraded. But it's good to see when it comes to our water, we're taking proactive steps. Because it always reminds me of last year when I went to TML and former councilmember Daniela Parsley and I were there, how we were visiting with other cities, and some of those small towns are refusing to even grow, or they're just fighting growth. They are fighting getting water in. They're fighting passing amendments to increase their sales tax to get that money, the dollars. And so you have some small towns and cities in this state that are just saying, it's not going to be us, it's going to be our neighbors, so don't even bother coming. But for us to be able to take these proactive measures, I know it's a big dollar sign on them, but we have to not only not put aside just the growth that's coming, but the sustainability of the people that are already here now. Through the years, those pipes are going to need to be replaced. Those pipes need to be fixed and so forth. And you're right, it doesn't make sense to have a huge water tank if we only got one water hose to push it out. We've got to look at the direction of how to be able to utilize getting water throughout the city. So it's good to see how we as a city and your group is taking major proactive steps And I hope the residents can understand that and see that as much as we're digging up pipe, we're digging up ground, and we're putting these waters in, and if there's ever a high price that goes up or water fees, just got to understand this is kind of where we're at right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so if I could, for some reason, there were two slides left off the end of this presentation, I think that are critically important that Pervez prepared for us. So I'll send you guys a copy to update what you've got so far. But we wanted to talk, and this has to do with the impact fees, water utility impact fees. So I'm just going to read these off since I don't have them on the presentation.
I think I saw those on, the ones Perez was gonna give us.
Do you have it on yours?
These on there, I think they were on there, I saw them on the,
Okay, well, if you've got it, then I won't read it out, read over it. But I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we still had that one slide that we spent a great deal of time putting this particular slide together. So I wanted to make sure that you guys had a copy of that. Okay, so you can kind of see how impact fees versus estimated amount that we're going to use for debt funding. And so we've already gone through pretty much our entire budget on impact fees for this year. And so all the projects we're doing is debt funding related, or the majority of it. So sorry about that. I don't know why it didn't show up here. Okay. Thank you all. We appreciate it.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, next up is agenda item number 2, receive a report, hold a discussion, provide staff direction regarding results of the 2025 cost of service and rate study for the city's water and wastewater utilities as completed by Reftelis Financial.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, good morning. For the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. The item before you now is the results of the 2025 cost of service and rate study for our water and wastewater systems. So before I request the city's rate expert to come up and share or present the results of the study, I would like to share some background information with you as to what we did last year in the 2024 cost of service and rate study, because this background information is crucial. It will not only help us establish the context for today's discussions, but also explain what was completed in the 24 study. I will also try to help explain the question you might be asking. If we did a study in 24, then why are we doing again in 25? So I'll explain the differences. So in February 2024, City Council approved a contract at the request of the city manager and staff to Reftelis Financial Consultants, Inc. They're a nationally renowned firm for doing rate studies, water, wastewater. So in February, we started the project for water and wastewater utility rate study. The primary objective of the city's cost of service and rate study in 24 and 25 is still the same, which is what is the city's cost of providing water and wastewater service to its customers, number one. Number two, what is the cost responsibility of each customer class? By customer class, I mean residential, multifamily, commercial, irrigation. And then lastly, or the third objective, primary objective, was how best should the cost be recovered through the rates from each of those customer classes. So if you'll recall, our water and wastewater utility system is an enterprise operation of the city, by which I mean it is a self-supporting entity. All its costs, operating and capital costs, are recovered or paid for through the rates, fees, and other similar charges from the utility. The general fund of the city does not make any contributions to the water and wastewater system. They stand on their own. While the study objective is straightforward, The study, however, involves detailed examination and analysis of the demand characteristics and cost responsibilities for each customer class served by the city's water and wastewater utility systems. Last year in August of '24, we completed phase 1 of the cost of service and rate study. Phase 1 focused on determining the cost for providing water and wastewater service to each inside city customer class. That's very important to note. The '24 study focused on inside city customers only. Phase 1 of the rate study did not include outside city customer classes. Based on the results of the phase 1 study, City Council approved rate adjustments for inside city customer classes for implementation in October 2024. So we instituted the cost of service base rates for all inside city customers in October of '24. This year, in '25, we are completing phase 2 of the cost of service and rate study for the city's water and wastewater utility systems. The scope for phase 2 cost of service and rate study focused on 3 primary objectives. 1, let's update the cost of service model with the latest operating and capital cost projections for the city's water and wastewater utility systems. You just heard the Water Utilities Department and the Director of Water Utilities Department, Mike Murphy, go through what the cost structure is going to be in FY26 and how that will change. And you may have noticed that the cost structure of the water and wastewater utility systems for the city of Kyle is rapidly changing and significantly changing. The second objective was to conduct a detailed examination and analysis of the demand characteristics and cost responsibilities for each outside city customer class served by the city's water and wastewater utility system. So, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, phase 1 only looked at inside city customer classes. So 2025 study is focusing on not only updating the cost of service model with the latest, greatest cost projections for 26 and beyond, we're also focusing on outside city customers to bring them up to cost. Third objective, once you've done all that, we must develop a rate plan for FY26 or fiscal year 2026 that would recover the city's cost of providing water and wastewater service to each inside city and outside city customer class. With that, Mayor and Council, if you don't have any questions for me at this point, I'm now going to request Ms. Angie Flores, she's Vice President with Raftelis Financial, to present the results of the '25 Phase 2 Cost of Service Study and for City Council's consideration and direction to staff. Angie? Oh, there you go. They're using this clicker now.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I am Angie Flores. I'm with Raftelis Financial Consultants. Happy to be here to present the results of the rate study. And thank you, Pervez. That was a great foundation for starting my presentation. As Pervez mentioned, we just completed the FY25 rate study update, and we did use as our basis the work that we did last year. And so really the update was to update the model to include your FY26 projections. And as was presented earlier, we did consider all of those CIP dollars that were presented in the study to determine what the rates needed to be for FY26. Our study also looks at a forecast of 5 years, but because of just the changes that Kyle is undergoing, we're looking at this on an annual basis to make sure that we're taking into account your latest and greatest numbers. So my presentation, I will present the results of that rate study. We'll review the rate recommendations and then talk about next steps. So the rate study process, just as a refresher, some of you have heard this already. We have a 5-step process that we go through, and it starts with working with staff to identify what your financial and pricing objectives are for the utility. Again, we consider the revenue requirements. These are the costs that are required to be funded through rates. One important aspect is to look at your demand projections. So this is based on how your customers are actually using water. One important aspect of the study this year is the fact that you're in stage 3 water restrictions. So obviously that results in less water consumption from your residents, which does result in a reduction in revenue. So the rate increases that I'm going to show here in a minute do take into consideration that reduced consumption. Finally, we allocate costs, first between water and wastewater, and then secondly, as Pervez was mentioning, we're taking into consideration your inside city limit customers and your outside city limit customers and doing that allocation as well, which I'll talk about in more detail here shortly. And then finally, looking at the rates and what the rate recommendation is. And then we go back around, and based on the conversation we have with you today, we'll go back and assess and make sure that we've identified or addressed all of the objectives that we've identified in step 1. So for Kyle, y'all are growing in leaps and bounds, and so obviously that has to be taken into consideration as we're doing our financial planning and as we're doing your rate calculations. Some of the challenges that we're seeing that have to be addressed through rates, obviously, are your increased growth and your significant capital needs, which total in the model about $694 million over that 5-year period. Again, as Mike was mentioning, your water supply costs have also increased due to securing more water. It's important to have that water supply, but obviously it does add cost to your customers. And then finally, an important objective for this study was to address and determine what the outside city limit rates need to be based on the demand that they're putting on your water and wastewater system. So I'll go over that as well. So this slide is showing the financial forecast for the utility. The top graph there is your water financial plan, and then the bottom draft represents wastewater. So the bars here represent the revenue requirement broken down between O&M, debt service, your transfer to the general fund. And the gray line there shows the revenue at existing rates. So this is if we do no rate increases, how much revenue shortfall that you would have when you consider those forecasted revenue requirements. So the blue bars, which represent your debt service, is what represents how you would pay for your capital. And so, as Mike mentioned there towards the end of his presentation, we're using impact fees to the extent that we can, and then any capital needs that are required are then being debt funded with long-term debt. And so you can see there that based on your capital plan, by 2030, you're looking at about $32 million in debt service for water and about $14.3 million in debt service for wastewater. So if we do not raise rates, then you will have a shortfall in your utilities, and in fact, your operating reserve, which you have an operating reserve target of 25% of O&M and debt service, doing nothing to your rates would result in a negative operating reserve, which means that you'll have a shortfall in covering your costs. So these next two pie charts show your increase in the overall revenue requirement to the system. From 25 to FY26, we're showing a revenue requirement that will increase from 23.6 million to 32.2 million. You can see there that the majority of that cost is related to your water operations. And sorry, these colors aren't quite the same. The debt service is shown in that red little sliver there. But then you'll see that in 2026, that debt service is increasing to 3.8 million in the kind of gold pie chart there in 26. So that's some of the things that are driving those increases. On wastewater, the revenue requirement's increasing from 12.67 million to 14.85 million. So again, all of these costs are taken into account as we develop our rate recommendation. So the City of Kyle serves both inside city limit customers and outside city limit customers. So before I get into the results of the outside city limit cost of service study, I just wanted to kind of walk you through what we consider in the industry the differences between the inside city customers and the outside city customers. So your inside city limit customers are the residents that elect you to council. So in the water rate world, we consider them owners of the system. If they have concerns about their rates, they come to you and they voice their concerns. And so you have original jurisdiction over rate making for inside city limit customers. Your outside city limit customers are a little bit different in that they can appeal the rates directly to the Public Utility Commission of Texas. And because of this, we consider them non-owners, which means that the city has the right to a rate of return that takes into account the risk that you take of serving those outside city limit customers. And so historically, the way that the city has charged those outside city limit customers is through a differential. And really throughout Texas, that's how cities have historically charged outside city limit customers, where you just add either, and it ranges from 30% to 50%. Yours is actually, the differential is 1.35. And so that's what you charge currently your OCL customers. Now, when we did the study last year, there was an important rate case being considered by the Public Utility Commission, and it was the City of Leander rate case with their outside city limit customers. So because we were awaiting the decision of that important rate case, we wanted to make sure that once the PUC ruled, that whatever we did was in line with that ruling. Again, due to the fact that your OCL customers could appeal your rates, we want to be sure that we have a good foundation and a good basis for how we calculate that rate. So we do have that ruling from the PUC. The PUC ruled in favor of the City of Leander, which was positive, which was a good thing. But as we've calculated your OCL rates, it is based on that ruling. And essentially, you know, the picture there on the side is showing how we did that analysis. I won't bore you with all the details, but we did follow the process and methodology that the City of Leander did. So our overall recommendations for the rates is that you implement the FY26 adjustment that we recommend, and I'll walk you through here shortly, for the inside city limit customers, as well as the rate adjustments for the outside city limit customers. We also recommend that we continue to review your revenue requirement on an annual basis. This allows for the completion of your master plans, make sure that we have all of your latest and greatest capital improvement plan numbers, and that we take into consideration things like your drought, where you are on your drought stages. Hopefully we'll come out of this drought soon, and that we're considering all of your latest growth as well. Because that's continuing to occur. And so all those future investments will influence future rate increases. Any questions at this point?
I'll say, with the history of Central Texas, I know eventually we will be out of this drought, but it's going to be in a way that we're all going to know that we're out of the drought. It's going to be a flood.
Right.
It's definitely going to happen.
Unfortunately.
But no, definitely look forward to moving on. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for presenting so far. So just quickly, then, the debt service is getting larger, and so is the demand, and that's causing us to relook at the rate for outside and inside, right?
Correct.
Okay. And by 2030, if we did nothing, like you said, we'd be in the negative on the water side.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Well,
I just-
actually, as a combined, that's as a combined utility.
Okay. Okay. So I just wanted to kind of capture that really quickly, because residents are already asking about their water fees. So
Right.
Thank you.
So these are the recommended changes to the water monthly fixed charge. So your inside city limit customers pay a monthly fixed charge that is charged to all your customer classes in the same way. So as I walk through the next few slides, I'm going to show you the rate adjustments for each component of the rate structure, and then I'll show you what the impact is to a typical customer at an average usage. So this is the increase to the monthly fixed charge. These are charged by meter size, so the larger the meter that your customers have, the higher the fixed charge that they pay. So we're recommending a 20% increase across the board to those meter sizes. For your 5/8 inch meter, which is your residential, what your residential customers primarily have, that is about an $8.45 increase to that monthly fixed charge. For the volumetric rates, and for your volumetric rates are different by class. So you may recall in the last study we did, there was various increases, excuse me. There were various increases by class. And so for your inside city limit residential customers, we're also recommending a 20% increase to the volumetric charges. You have several blocks for your volumetric charges to residential. And these were put in place to encourage conservation. So your customers, as they use more water, pay more, which really works to encourage conservation, so that they really feel the thank you. the cost of using more water. And again, we did take into account when we're looking at the revenue requirement, the consumption that we're currently seeing on your system because of the stage 3 drought restrictions. These are the other volumetric charges for your other classes. You have your multifamily, commercial, and irrigation. So again, we did the 20% across the board. For multifamily, this results in $2.42 increase. For commercial, it's $2.12, and irrigation, $2.92. So what does that mean for the average monthly bill impact? So for your residential customer, and this represents 5,500 gallons per month, this is the average for your residential class. This is, again, 20% increase. It's about $15.35. It's going from $76.73 to $92.07. And again, this is for water. These graphs represent the other classes, the multifamily, the commercial, and the irrigation. So your multifamily is increasing by about $1,000. For commercial, it's $144 about, and then for irrigation, $111. So now we get into your outside city limit customers. And you'll notice here right off the bat that these increases are higher than what I just presented on the inside city limit customers. And this is due to, again, that methodology that we followed on the cost of service to determine the demand that the outside city limit customers are putting on your system. Your OCL class is a much smaller class than what you have inside the city limits. However, they do peak a lot higher than your inside city limit customers. What this means is that on their highest month of usage, they're using a much higher percentage of water than your inside city limit customers. So one way to think about this is for residential who primarily use more water in the summertime for their lawns. This seems to indicate that the residential class outside the city limits they either have larger lots or they likely have, since they're newer, likely have irrigation systems, and so they're watering on a more regular basis.
So if I could add a question then.
Yes.
Do those specific users, do they have to abide by the stage 3 restrictions? Or is it in theory? But
I was about to say, because I know that I've got a lot of complaints where people were actually drowning their yards and their neighbor yards, but these were neighborhoods outside the city limits, so there's only so much we have.
But they're tapped into our water source.
They are required to follow those same restrictions. When we were going through some of the issues the past couple of summers, we could issue citations and process those, I believe, through municipal court. But yes, they are required to do that, but it's hard to always police every single lot, every single hour of the day. And so you see through the data, objectively, it is higher usage, without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
With our new water meters, we will be catching that a lot
Yes, ma'am.
easier.
The AMI will help us monitor usage at time of day and what type of usage a lot better. Yes, ma'am.
So that's the reason you're seeing much higher increases for the OCL. So on this slide, which is a little busy, we're showing the monthly minimum. So again, just like your inside city limit class, your OCL rates, they all pay the same monthly minimum charge. So you'll see here, we've got the monthly minimum by meter size. So in this case, we're raising that monthly minimum by 77%. So again, for that 5/8 inch meter, which is the typical meter for a residential customer, that's a $40 increase per month. On the volumetric charges, for the residential class, 76% increase there. You can see that for that lower tier, that is increasing by about $5. It's going from $6.92 to $12.21, and then it continues down all those blocks. So you can see that if they continue to use water in those higher amounts, they're going to be paying a significant amount for that water consumption.
Let's just hope that we don't have a lot of conspiracy theorists come out, say this AMI system is watched as a watchdog, that they could say, oh, look, the city's watching us. And they could say this is where our rates are, even though we're looking at it in a different way, where we're trying to conserve water, we're trying to make sure that everybody's at the peak flow. I'm sure there are going to be some people out there say, oh, look what the city's doing. They're watching the technology. They're going to shut us down because we're using more. That's not the process. That's not what the policy is about. So, I mean, I'm just waiting for that to come out. But
It's actually the opposite of that. People now can watch your consumption on their phone and see what they're actually using. The other thing it does, you're not waiting to the end of the month to get your bill to see that you got a leak or that you overused water.
Sure.
You can actually see it on a daily basis. You can see when people are watering their lawn. They can watch when they water their lawns, when they're taking a bath, everything. I mean, the MI technology is so advanced that people can monitor their daily water consumptions. Right now, you have to wait over a month to know how much water you're using. So by then, you're like, oh, I used too much water this month, and it's already too late. But no, the AMI system is actually better for the user himself. It's going to help him maintain and regulate the amount of water he's using. So it's going to be a win for him.
yeah, that's the message that's got to be presented, okay? I hear what you're saying on that end. But for those out there that's, have this theory that the city's is going to this more controlled water system, it is not for us to be monitoring to shut you off or you're using way too much. It's like what Councilman Rizzo is saying, it's to help monitor our influx of usage on your end. So it's got to make sure that they're aware of
It's
that.
supposed to be more real time so we can, as residents, keep track of what water usage we're getting. This would have saved me a small fortune several years ago. I didn't realize I had a sprinkler head break in my backyard. Sprayed water for God knows how long into the alleyway and had no clue until I got my bill. And I was like, well, this isn't right. I had to pay for somebody from the city to come out and check it. And then they were the ones that told me, like, no, actually it is. And luckily they were willing to work with me to spread that cost over 3 months. But it was a significant amount of money. And had I known earlier, had I been able to be alerted, not only would I have saved the water, but I also would have saved the money.
Well, and we had a business, the same thing, had the same thing because of where their line was located so close to a creek bed. It wasn't popping up on his property. It was actually flowing down towards a creek bed. And his bill was astronomical. You imagine what he was going through. But, water conservation is not a feel-good thing. It's a money thing. So for us as, residents, when we save water, we actually are saving ourselves money because we don't have to invest in more technology, more water resources. So, that old way of thinking that water conservation is just a feel-good thing is really not what we're doing. We're actually doing steps to help save money in people's everyday's lives. So their monthly bills, keeping those down. So when people are thinking about water conservation, think about it affecting your wallet. It's actually something really good for you.
Before I guess we start moving too fast. So the multifamily uses more water in the city limits, correct?
Nope.
And it does per month.
Less than residential.
So the slides show, residential uses the least amount of water
On average.
on average monthly.
Well, no, because you've got yards and everything else. When everything that we've had in the past, what shows you that the biggest consumers
That's the
of
slide.
water is going to be a residential, not multifamily.
That's the slides here show that multifamily uses more per month, 400 kilo gallons.
Yeah, but if you look at the amount of people there, that's what they're not
Oh, you're
breaking down.
looking at people. Okay. So there is an increase to using more bigger water line size. That's what we're doing that in the right proportion inside the city limits.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we did that. In the last study, we did the cost of service where we adjusted everyone's rates inside the city limits to reflect how they use your system. We don't necessarily do that cost of service analysis every single year. We recommend that we look at it about every 3 to 5 years, depending on how your system is changing, which is why on the inside city limit side, we're just doing those rate increases across the board.
And then I just want to get back to the outside the city limit users. I understand that we do provide them water from the city. Kind of disturbing that we did not hear back during the phase 3 drought, that there was a lot of use of water outside the city limits. That was never reported back to us. And I know that possibly, like you said, fines or citations were issued, but there's only so much the city can do on that. But I think as a council, we'd like to know what are all the aspects that we could do or, provide better results for during the drought period.
Yeah, I think we gave comprehensive reports to the council about all of the different enforcement actions we were doing across the city, including outside city limit customers. We provided those reports. What I'm trying to say is if you look at the average consumption for residential or commercial accounts outside of city limits, they objectively use more. And some of that is because of lot size. Some of it is because the level of green they might want their yards to be, and their lack of knowledge about what the restrictions are. It's a lot of different things, and I think there's an affluence issue as well. As the average customer outside the city limits generally has a little bit larger home, a little bit more affluent, and the cost of the water in context of their overall budget is less. Nice. And so they don't have as much attention to that. At least that's some of the data that we've seen.
Did they have like any HOA restrictions that they have to have watered yards?
I don't know about that. We could certainly look at that for you, but it's really just, it's an education thing for all the customers. We just anecdotally, we've heard that some of them don't think they're subject to those restrictions, but they are. And we're just trying to make sure that we apply those evenly to both outside city limit and inside city limit customers.
And I do agree with you that sometimes there is an affluence thing. If you're willing to spend more money on watering your grass, you're going to do it. Right?
Right.
I mean, I'll water my grass and I get county line water more than regularly, more than most of the folks with the water hose.
Yeah, with the sprinkler systems, sometimes they're on, they don't know they're on, they may be happening overnight, and so I think the AMI technology gives people better ideas of what they're using, but it's a lot of factors, but we're trying to make sure that the cost that we're passing into the system, that those who cause the cost are paying the rates, that each person is paying their proportional share of those costs. And by looking at the outside city limit water rates and coming up with this increase, we're going to be making sure that their costs are being paid for. If this rate increase isn't passed at this level, then it's a subsidy that inside city limit customers are making to those costs.
No, and this is really good to see this in the data, and to hear the explanation and see that we don't want to just pass the cost to inside city users.
Right, and that's a good point, that to the extent that the rates aren't adjusted for OCL, then that means your inside city limit customers will be subsidizing the cost the cost burden that they are putting on your system.
Yeah, those are just my thoughts on it, moving forward with it. Thank you.
So the next couple of slides show the impact to the average user outside the city limits. For a residential customer using 5,500 gallons, we're looking at about a $71 increase. For the other classes, for multifamily, you're seeing an increase of about $11,000 a month. For commercial, it's $1,800, and then for irrigation, $766. So on to wastewater. So on wastewater, as you recall on the graph for FY26, the shortfall at existing rates wasn't as great. So we're recommending a lower increase for inside the city limits, a 6% wastewater increase for the monthly fixed charges. Again, all of your classes pay the same monthly fixed charge. In this case, that monthly fixed charge is the same regardless of the meter size on the water side. So that 6% increase is about $1.37 on the meter charge. The volumetric rates are increasing by 25 cents for residential and 49 cents for non-residential. And just a reminder for your residential class, their consumption, the billed consumption is based on a winter average. So it's based on the amount of water they use in the winter time. So this reflects the water that goes back into your wastewater system and gets treated for residential. For non-residential, they are billed on actual water consumption throughout the whole year. So for rate increases for inside city limit customers, again, we're using that 5,500 gallons. They would see a $2.72 increase for residential, and for non-residential, it's about a $33 increase. So in total, when we're looking at both water and wastewater, the total bill for your residential inside city limit customers, they're looking at about an $18 increase from existing to proposed, again, based on that 5,500 gallon average. So that's about a 15% increase. So moving on to the proposed OCL wastewater rates, we're showing the need for a 35% increase to the fixed rates. Here we're showing the residential, non-residential, your sewer only, and then there's some sewer customers that pay a flat rate. So you can see there that it's about a $10.16 increase by class. And then the volumetric rates will vary, again, based on that cost of service that we completed. For residential, it's $1.55 on the volumetric charge. Non-residential, $3.43. And then the sewer only, $1.24. So from a typical monthly bill perspective, for OCL wastewater residential, it's about a $22 increase. For the non-residential, it's about a $230 increase. So per month. Mm-hmm. So looking at it in total for your residential class in OCL, in total, it's about a $94 increase for both water and wastewater. So where does all of this put Kyle in relation to your other communities? So you can see there, these are the communities that you normally compare to. County Line and Pflugerville are higher than your existing and proposed bill. With this rate proposal, and again, this is inside the city limits, you will be higher than Buda with the proposed. Just want to point out that New Braunfels, the rate we're seeing here is their proposed rate that will be considered by their council on June 19th. So you can see that they're pretty high up there as well.
I think something to point out on those is those are the rates that we know right now. All of these utilities are also going through their budget process. I know Georgetown in particular is looking at a number of large costs in their capital program over the next 5 years as well. So likely these will all move, I don't know exactly how far they'll move, but they most likely will be going up. It's just a question of how much.
And that's a good point. Georgetown, I know, has some significant water supply investments that they're going to need to be making soon. So you're right that their rates will probably be going up soon.
If I could just real briefly look at San Antonio, their rate seems to be a little bit lower than all. Is it because that they're in a aquifer or water district area? Just to kind of.
Well, part of San Antonio, of course, is just their size. Their rates have been going up. In the past, their rates were lower because they were primarily groundwater.
Yeah.
But now that they're bringing in water, their rates have also been going up. But for the most part, they've been able to keep their rates lower. And it's more it's more because of the fact that they have, such large commercial and that also, put a burden on their system, and not as much as the residential class.
I'm really surprised to see Buda so high, being a way smaller community than us. They're almost at what we're going to be at, the 120 to 138. I mean, that's pretty crazy to see. They don't have the demand that we have because the city's not as large as ours.
But they pay a lot for water supply.
Same supply we get.
Yeah.
And considering that they're so much smaller, that's why the rates are so much higher.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes not building puts more burden on the residents.
So multifamily, so you can see the existing to the proposed. So you are moving up to second below Buda. You can see there from the notes that Buda doesn't actually have separate classes, so all of their classes pay the same rates. So that's likely why the multifamily in Buda is so much higher. And then for commercial, this will put you above Pflugerville on the commercial side. And then irrigation, again, you were already kind of at that high end, but I think this really reflects the pricing signal because of the water supply, issues that you've had in the past. And, you're sending that pricing signal that, the more water you use, the more you're going to pay. So our recommendations, again, we do recommend that we evaluate your revenue needs over the next 2 years. I think in the next couple of studies as well, we probably want to take a look at your rate structure, looking at, whether or not those need to be adjusted. We recommend adoption of the OCL rates based on the cost of service, as well as the recommended adjustments for inside the city limits.
So one additional item I wanted to add to the discussion is, as we've gotten our new water supply underway and all the water utility improvements that we're doing, we do have an opportunity to reduce some of the stage 3 restrictions. We'll be coming back with some proposals about how to do that. That will then change perhaps some of the usage and then with the rates. And so as we look at future rate models, it's a moving target to understand exactly, well, what has the rate model done? How does people adapted their behavior? And based on the restrictions, what are the right rates and the right structures that need to be done at that time? So as we go into next year, we'll continue to come back and address this and look at to make sure you have the best rate structure possible.
Brian, when we were looking at this, did we take in consideration people over 65 and thinking about a way we could, lock in the costs they're paying right now because they're on a fixed budget? I'm just kind of thinking about we've got a small aging community. I just want to make sure that we're thinking about, because as we're increasing, their dollars don't increase. I'm just wondering what we can do as a city to maybe help mitigate some of that. I mean, because it's a big look. Honestly, it's a big increase, and I'm thinking about those that are on a fixed income.
No, we did not do a rate based on that. I think one of the things the council did do this year is come up with a utility assistance program, and we have some funding that's earmarked for that program. So that's perhaps a way that we could address some of that as well, is just to make sure we have enough funding if people are struggling to pay their bills or have some issues, that we do have a program to assist with them. That's a way to address it.
That's just a one-time, once a year, right? Help, that's what I'm looking at, but I'm just kind of thinking about something that would be on a monthly, because this is going to affect the monthly, I mean, throughout the year. It's something that I think, I mean, I think about the lady that came by and talked to us last time when we just had a small increase. I mean, that, when I'm looking at this, I'm kind of picturing her right now thinking, you know, what can I do for our fixed income population?
Well, we could certainly, if the council wants us to look at a program like that, we could do it. I do, if we reduce revenue from one class of customers, someone else is going to have to pick up that bill. So the rest of the customers would then have a larger increase to make up that difference.
And I was going through that in my mind, going like,
It's a tough issue.
I probably would want to pay a little bit more just to help someone like that out, because my, you know, being young enough, I'm still able to increase my dollars. Yeah, I mean, monthly, you know,
Sure.
with work, but
And you also
when you're older,
have-
you really don't have that option.
Right. And you also have an over 65 exemption in place and a tax freeze in place already for seniors. So they do have a lot of mechanisms to try to minimize expenses on the other side, just not on the water side. But I do understand the point. It's just a tough issue. If you don't get that revenue from that group of customers, then someone else has to pay for it.
So next steps on the rate plan is for us to finalize the report based on any feedback that you might have. That report, you know, we'll get that to Pervez, and then you're going to be considering adoption of the recommended rates with the budget on September 2nd and September 16th. So any other questions for me?
Thank you for the presentation. It's great, very informative. We learned a lot from it, and yeah, thank you for the hard work you and your team did.
Sure. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate the time on this item and the one before. There's a lot of technical details, a lot of information, but a lot of expensive projects, and this is how you finance those as we move forward. This will be the basis for the budget recommendations that I bring you in July. So if you have any feedback today or in the next few weeks, please share that with us, and we'd be happy to try to take a look at anything that you have. Yes, ma'am.
Just to note, our water bills do contain more things other than just water and wastewater. And are we looking at any increases in those other items? We've got flood mitigation fees and trash and.
Yeah, I don't know what the trash is, but Pervez, maybe you can tell us what that is.
So the monthly bill that we send out to our customers includes water, wastewater, drainage fee, and trash. The city's contract with TDS for next year is increasing it by almost 2.5%. So we'll have water increase, wastewater increase, TDS trash increase, and the city is currently looking at drainage fee as well, examining that.
So I typically have the lowest water bill, and I'm a senior, but my water bill, the total of it, is right at $100 a month. So if we're looking at an average for water and wastewater, 15%, that's $15 a month. No, because that isn't the entire bill.
Right.
So it would be probably $10 a month extra between the two. And then also looking at possibly the flood mitigation or drainage and trash services increasing by some percentage, but not that much.
TDS is by contract 2.5%.
So that's annually, they go up 2.5%, because.
On the average.
Yeah, because anything bigger, they have to bring back to us
Right.
and for us to do an amendment. So just, I remember putting that in the contract. So, but it is a 2.5 that.
For
they get.
FY26 is 2.5.
All right, thank you, Chris.
All right, anyone else? All right, next up is agenda item number 3, receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff feedback regarding the Transportation Public Works proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 and the 5-year CIP.
Mayor, can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, you want to take a break? Let's, what, 10:35? Is that okay? Can we be back by then? All right, sounds good. Thank you. item, so go for it.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation Public Works. I'm pleased to be here this morning to give you an overview of the Transportation Public Works proposed budget. I definitely want to give you an overview of the new department since it's relatively new. I'll talk through that and then give you an overview of our proposed budget and then also some of our CIP highlights as well. And then we'll kind of, any questions you have along the way, of course, stop me. I have my leadership team here as well. Chris Arnold, my Deputy Director for Transportation and Public Works. We also have Leon Barba, our Assistant Director and City Engineer, and then also Derek Daniels, who's over our CIP, subbing in for Lou Zhang, our Assistant Director, who couldn't be here today. Also, who couldn't be here today is our new Assistant Director over Traffic Management and Operations, Ravli Kosaraju. Very excited to have her on board, but she was not able to be here today. So let me just give a quick overview, and actually let me go back to the beginning slide. I just want to share this real quickly. We have a new kind of logo we were developing. We have an interdepartmental staff team that got together, and we talked about this new department, and hey, since we're new, we need to start building some identity around this. And so they came up with a mock-up of this new logo. And we wanted to use the Kyle logo, but then start to incorporate something that was distinctly for transportation and public works. So here's what the team came up with as part of our branding. We call it our Transportation Public Works Branding Committee. So we're excited to have them work on that. And they also provided a lot of good input on developing our mission. And so our mission is improve the lives of Kyle citizens by providing a safe, reliable transportation system and improving the city's infrastructure. And again, there's a lot happening in transportation public works. It's hard to capture all of that, but we think this really encapsulates our main mission. We cover a lot of ground. We cover a lot of different functional areas in transportation public works. We provide a quality City of Kyle engineering expertise to support public and private projects implementation through our city engineer, but also through our CIP program as well. We deliver a safe, well-maintained, and effectively managed transportation network. Obviously, all the great work that our public works teams do, and also building the capacity in our traffic management and operations area. We support Kyle's sustainability and resiliency through effective stormwater and floodplain management. Our stormwater team and our floodplain team do a phenomenal job at that. We effectively deliver capital improvement projects for Kyle's roads, infrastructure, and facilities, a very, very growing and big and important part of what we do in transportation and public works. We also ensure the facilities are well maintained and managed, the city's facilities. And so again, a lot of ground to cover there as well. We have additional facilities that are a part of our system now, and we'll be talking a little bit about that. And then we also sustain City of Kyle operations via a dependable and well-maintained fleet of vehicles and equipment. And this is, again, a new area. We're pleased that we were able to hire on a fleet manager this spring, and he's quickly hit the ground running, and we'll be talking to you more about the work that's happened there, and then also kind of what we're looking at going forward as far as our fleet management approach. But again, a lot of areas we're covering, a lot of ground to cover for transportation public works operations. As you know, this is a new city department. Really started in January 2025 as I came on board, and we started to pull together some of the former functional areas that were formerly a part of water utility and kind of standing on their own, but we brought in the city engineer and public works departments, and then that was part of the basis of forming the new transportation public works department. And really, we were created to provide that more strategic, proactive approach to Kyle's transportation system and all those functional areas that we have, and really an emphasis on strategic and proactive. We're really trying to build that capacity to look forward. Kyle's, obviously, you've heard, as a theme in the discussions this morning, we're a rapidly growing community, and so we want to make sure that we are keeping pace with that, but also looking forward to where we project that we're going and making sure that our transportation system, our facilities, and our infrastructure is keeping pace with that as well as being very proactive in responding to any of our issues that we're finding and that you provide to us as well, and jumping on those as well. Here's our organization, and these aren't necessarily positions, these are functional areas, and again, I had a lot of ground to cover in this org chart, so I wanted to kind of talk through this. And the areas in blue are the areas that really existed as we were forming, and so you have street maintenance, construction, inspection, facilities management, drainage operations, but then you also have that new fleet management area that we just brought somebody on board to help us to start developing this spring. That's all under Chris Arnold, our Deputy Director. And then under Rovley, our Assistant Director for Traffic Management and Operations, we have several new functional areas that we're trying to build out. And this will, I'll be referencing that when we talk about our budget proposal, because that's really one of the areas that we're looking at is how best to build out this area, at least to take those first couple of steps to do that. Several areas under there, we're looking at building out a more effective traffic management operations function, as well as signals management. We've talked about developing smart technologies, using ITS, and we want to look at all of that, but have just a really effective management of our signal network and how they work with our roundabouts and other intersection improvements. An effective signs and markings program as well, a safety program, /Vision Zero, which is basically your goal of having 0 crashes. We don't want any crashes in City of Kyle, but really building that safety program for the city, as well as effectively coordinating with development. And so this also includes looking at our TIAs, or traffic impact analysis, looking at potentially in the future street impact fees, and then just how we coordinate and leverage with development as it's coming online. Also, under Lou Zhang, we have our CIP and planning area, and again, this is built on some existing areas that were there for CIP and for stormwater, but also building a new area under transportation planning. And so we have right now currently the transportation master plan that's under development, as well as looking at our Uber program. And so we want to build some capacity to make those living, breathing initiatives, and also look at how we implement those going forward, but also build some capacity to look at how we pursue grants and funding and leveraging with other agencies such as TxDOT, other neighboring cities, Hayes County. They have a lot of investments they're making. There's a lot of money that goes on the table when it comes to Campo, and I definitely want to make sure that we are at the table and seeking those opportunities as well. So I definitely want to build some capacity there. And then when we move over to the city engineer, again, some existing functions there, our floodplain administration and the project reviews that happen, but we also want to build some capacity for internal, in-house engineering design. We think that we can do effective in-house design of smaller CIP projects and that have the right scale versus consultant usage. And then also building a pavement management system as well. And so we'll talk through all of those going forward, but I want to kind of show you what the vision was for the Transportation Public Works Department going forward. Some of our accomplishments this past year, and they are several, but we have some of our special projects that we've done. You see Center Street, BB Road from I-35 to Republic Drive, our mill and overlay projects. We have our Sanders Speed Table that's underway. We are doing our analysis right now on the Post Oak subdivision, and we'll have some recommendations coming forward for that. As I mentioned, our transportation master plan is underway. We did renew our MS4 stormwater permit, and we'll talk a little bit more about that here in a few slides. A lot of work on our curb painting program and our sidewalk construction program as well. Almost 1,700 linear feet of sidewalk constructed. Again, great work by our teams doing that. Crosswalk striping program, about almost 39,000 linear feet of crosswalk striping. So again, a lot of great work that's happening across the board, and so really proud of. Some of our accomplishments on the CIP side, we have our 22 Kyle Road Bond program, and I know I've given council a couple of updates on that program. We're making good progress. As I've noted previously, we are nearing completion on the Marketplace project. We anticipate breaking ground or doing ribbon cutting on that towards the end of July. And then also we anticipate breaking ground on the Coolidge Crossing and BB West project as well in July. And so that should be coming to you here the July 17th or June 17th agenda for award. So we're, again, very excited about those projects moving forward. And we'll have several projects that will be going to construction as we get towards the end of 25 with the 22 Road Bond program. And then outside of that, we have 75 active CIP projects totaling over $650 million. So your CIP right now with the Road Bond program and a non-road bond program CIP, including water projects, including other road projects, we're getting close to about $800 million. In active projects that are going on. And so, again, that is a huge CIP. And again, I know the council has been very supportive of all the work that we need to do to keep up with our growing community, but that's just an indication of kind of all the things that are in play to keep pace with our roads and infrastructure. 31 of those are in design, and then we will have 19 projects that will be going into construction this next year. So a lot will be happening on the CIP front. We have several completed projects as well. We have La Verde parking lot that's completed. We did work with Water to complete the water master plan, and we also completed the sidewalk master plan we just gave you a briefing on recently at council. And then Daisy Lane improvements in front of Chapa Middle School and Indian paintbrush drainage rehabilitation, to name a few. And again, several more projects that we'll be seeing under construction and completed in FY26. Some of our key initiatives in this next fiscal year, just a few. So we have, I mentioned all the CIP work, and that's a huge lift. But also, we will continue to build out our fleet management program. And so there'll be a lot of effort on that. We will be looking to complete the transportation master plan, and I anticipate that will be completed in next spring. So in March, April timeframe, a similar timeframe for the Uber 314 program study, and bring back recommendations for those. And it's worthy to note the transportation master plan will have a CIP recommended as part of that. So you'll have that kind of next set of transportation improvements to be recommended coming out of that project as well. That will also be a lead into talking about potentially a street impact fee and doing that analysis once we have that CIP program in place out of the transportation master plan. Mentioned we'll be looking at doing intelligent transportation system study, looking at better synchronization of our signal system. And then we will be conducting a fleet management study. We're looking to start that here in the next couple of months. We brought the facilities master plan phase 1A to you, I believe, several weeks back, and we are beginning work on that as well. And then looking at creating a pavement management system, and then implementing the sidewalk master plan, so a sidewalk improvement program as well, and of course, progress on the 2022 road bond program. And also, I mentioned we're building capacity in our traffic management and operations, and several of those programs that we're trying to get started. The traffic safety program, as part of that, looking at safe routes to schools, so safety around schools, whether it's school crossings, school connectivity. We want to prioritize that as we go forward. I already mentioned traffic signals, but then also looking at building a program around traffic calming as well. And we want to build all those programs and those capacities. We're very excited about the capabilities of our new Assistant Director, Ravli Kosaraju, to do that. But we're hoping to get her a couple of resources to begin that work in FY26.
I have a quick question, if you don't mind, on that. When we're looking at the traffic calming program, or I know this has been brought up many times, especially in subdivisions, about speed bumps, things like that. Would this be considered part of a plan of looking at speed cushions in those areas? And along with the traffic signals, where are we going to maybe eventually, in the next couple of years, update some of the signages to where we have those solar-powered signal lights to where as you're driving by it, it flashes if you're going too fast and too slow and all that other stuff, or actually too fast?
Those would be all the tools in the toolkit to look at, and we would want to just start that program to start looking at those priority locations based on feedback we're getting from the community, but also from council as well. And then we'll be more proactive in doing that analysis and seeing what the best solution is. Whether it's a speed table, whether it's a speed signage, whatever that is. It could be improved markings as well on the street. I know we've done a lot of work on Daisy Downing, for example, but we want to be more proactive in working with our communities and our neighborhoods to see where those issue points are.
COVID was one of them on that street, in Kingston.
Yeah, Mike, I have a question, or a comment. Senior citizens' needs need to be considered when we are looking at especially intersection design. Our limited ability sometimes to look to the far right or the far left to see traffic coming, 1626, I keep bringing that up, how bad that is for seniors, as well as the distractions in the intersection, very distracting intersection, and the speed coming into the intersection, which seniors have trouble estimating the speed of the oncoming vehicles. So there are actually guidelines related to street safety for seniors that I hope that we'll be looking at. AARP has a great brochure on that, and I know that the National Transportation Service has seminars that they've done, that I attended one of those that was just excellent. But they're different, a little bit different than general intersection or street guidelines, They just require some special attention. So thank you for doing that.
Absolutely, Councilmember. We definitely want to consider all of those different aspects of safety, including for our aging population and all of our populations, a disabled population as well. And so we'll be looking at all of that. In fact, I anticipate coming to council, I think the next council meeting, and we'll be looking to apply for a Safe Streets for All grant to actually do a safety action plan for Kyle. Campo has a safety action plan. Hayes County is finalizing their safety action plan. So I anticipate working on a Kyle safety action plan that is uniquely for Kyle and looking at the needs of our residents.
Great, thanks.
So as we were looking at, where the department is, again, newly formed, we're trying to figure out what our key priorities are based on also conversations I've just had with you at different council meetings and feedback I've received talking with our leadership. We came up with some key strategic priorities to kind of frame our budget proposal for fiscal year 26. So our priorities are maintaining an effective transportation and public works services and a system for that matter. Building capacity, and I've mentioned that quite a bit for the department, building capacity for proactive identification of traffic, transportation, traffic, and safety management needs. Ensure successful delivery of City of Kyle's $1 billion plus capital improvement program, and we'll talk a little bit about those numbers. And again, that's a 5-year CIP plan looking forward. And so we're trying to look at that horizon and making sure we have good capacity for that. Providing cost-effective management of city's fleet resources, which we've talked about. Sufficiently maintain the city's roadway network to support safe, efficient movement of people, goods, and services, and leverage interagency and grant funding opportunities. And so just to start out, when we talk about maintaining effective services, so I'll start with facilities management. As I mentioned, we have, I think we had 10 buildings that were initially under our current staffing that we were maintaining, and I think now that has grown over the last year or two to 13 facilities. And so what we're looking at is requesting a couple of additional resources, a couple additional staff to help us to adequately cover and maintain those facilities. And we think we're going to get a couple of different benefits from that. One, obviously more responsive to any needs that come up for the facilities, but also staying on top of an effective maintenance program. Staying on top of an inspection program to make sure that we are addressing any maintenance needs as we go along and avoiding any more expensive maintenance and equipment replacement costs down the road. And again, trying to keep up with those. Chris, I don't know if you wanted to add anything else on the facilities management piece.
Morning, Mayor, Council. Chris Arnold, Deputy Director. I just want to add one note to that it's important to highlight the work that our facility staff does. They work behind the scenes. You don't see them a lot. They do things like this, set up this environment, this setup for y'all to do this today. And just want to make sure that, as we go forward and we increase our staff and we increase our level of service, that we want to maintain the level of service for y'all. So hopefully we can approve these requests.
Thanks, Chris. And so, as I mentioned, we have 2 staff that we're requesting under this request, and then as well as 2 vehicles, 2 half-ton extended cab work trucks, again, to support building maintenance staff to get that work done. Also, I mentioned that we have successfully renewed our MS4 permit, our stormwater permit for the city. But with that comes specific requirements and obligations to maintain effectively our stormwater, to address those through our maintaining our drainage needs. And so I'll let Chris maybe also speak to this as well. But this request, this vacuum truck and the street sweeper really go to us being able to adequately address our stormwater, keep those inlets clean, then also keep the debris off the streets. Because all of that, I actually saw a really great demonstration by Kathy, our stormwater expert in-house, and she actually just showed how at the Kyle Citizens Academy, there's nothing filtrating that. When it goes into those inlets, it goes right into our streams, into our rivers. And so it's really important for us to make sure that the stormwater is being adequately addressed, and we're cleaning up debris on the streets and making sure that water is as free from pollutants as possible as it's entering those inlets going forward. So these vehicles would help us to address that. We don't currently have a vacuum truck, so this would allow us to actually get one on board. I think we're contracting right now for those services, but this would allow us to have one in-house to actually get that work done. And with a street sweeper, we have one, but my understanding is it's about 7 years old and it breaks down. And so when it's out of commission, then we don't have a street sweeper that we can use. And so this would allow us to have another vehicle in use that we could use as kind of a backup and have a little bit of redundancy there so we can adequately cover our street sweeping needs going
Mike,
forward.
are we also looking at education? You said something a minute ago that really resonated with me is that, Kathy gave this great presentation telling you how the water goes. I mean, there's nothing blocking the pollution going into our streams and lakes, and getting that message out to the residents, not just to the small class, to the entire city, would probably be beneficial, and that would probably help us as well.
Absolutely. In fact, it's a part of the MS4 permit requirements for us to do a public education campaign. And so Kathy's been developing that and again, doing a great job. We're looking to just amplify that as we're getting this Transportation Public Works team together. You'll see as part of one of our other requests, we'll be looking for a public communications position that will be helping us in several areas, but I think that can also help us to in that area as well to amplify that.
Mike, on the street sweeper, we have more than one, right? Are you saying that you're wanting a street sweeper specifically for a department?
Well, my understanding for Public Works, we only have one street sweeper.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah. So we have one that we use for this purpose to just maintain the streets. And so we're looking to have one to provide that redundancy because this one, when it breaks down, it goes out of commission for a couple of weeks. I think even Mike Murphy mentioned with this larger equipment, when it's out for a couple of weeks. It takes time to repair.
Right, for sure. And so, but I guess I'm realizing 7 years old, I'm being dated, but I was here when we bought this brand new, so that's kind of weird. But when we bought this, it was to go from 1 to 2. So I guess, did one just fall off and we're just now replacing it? We used to have 2.
As far as I know, my knowledge is that we only had one.
All right, I guess it must have happened some time ago.
Right, I can check on it. Maybe this one replaced that one, the older model that we had, but I'm not familiar with it, but I can find out for you.
Do you know what the expected lifespan, like when you say this one's 7 years old and it breaks down, does it mean this one's on, so if we buy another one, is this one being decommissioned or are we going from 1 to 2?
It is not going to be decommissioned. It's going to be an addition to this one, the new one will be. And typically those life expectancies are 5 to 10 years. They're very complicated pieces of equipment. They got a lot of moving parts. A lot of things can go wrong with them. So we expect to get probably 5 to 10 years out of a street sweeper, as long as it's maintained pretty well. And like Mike said, we'll be talking about those fleet management initiatives in the future to maintain this equipment, and we may even get more life expectancy out of this if we can get this maintenance program in-house.
Okay, so the street sweeper that we're buying there, that's being proposed in the budget, based on what you're saying, really is sort of a replacement. You're planning to keep this one in commission, but it's at the end of its lifespan?
That's a fair statement, yes.
Okay.
So if I could just add on both what you're saying and what Councilman Reeves is saying. You're asking for new vehicles, you're asking for a new street sweeper. Will there be a plan in place to say, okay, we're gonna start documenting how many mileages we're gonna keep all our trucks before we say we trade them in? Or if that's the case, number 2, is it gonna be leased? And where would they be maintained? Will they be in-house or we have to send them off to a dealership when they break? Because I get it, when our trucks break down or when cruisers break down for the sheriff department or wherever it is, they got to go into a specific area and they got a ticket and they could be 2 weeks before they even get looked at, and it could be just a minor part. So for these items that you're asking for, we're getting a plan in place to where once specific trucks get up to 90,000 miles, which could, be quick, or for some trucks sit there for years, there's a process to get them replaced. And the same thing with the street sweeper, to where we get them under contract to where we have the exact place to where we need to take them to get fixed and all that.
Right, just to highlight a little bit, we have some more in the slideshow to specifically address those questions, but just to highlight your question right now, we did bring on a new division manager for our new fleet department. Yep. And he's put together several SOPs, maintenance procedures, and all of these things that we can do to provide preventative maintenance for all of our equipment.
Yeah.
That includes documentation. We have a new piece of software that we just implemented on June the 2nd, where these guys have to do a 360 walk around, they have to check their oil, they have to do all of these things in an app. And they have to log that every time they start that vehicle in the morning. So with all of that information, all that data, and all those metrics that we're going to be able to acquire over, say, just the next 6 months, we'll be able to evaluate the fleet a lot better and look at those vehicles that are in need of replacement, where the maintenance costs are more than the vehicle and all of those types of things.
Yeah, so that way you keep them in track where this vehicle's due for the inspection, send them all in to where you can find those leaks in the transmission, leaks in the tires, to where it doesn't catch you off guard to where you gotta send it off for a while.
Yes, sir, and again, those things should be
Yeah.
caught on every inspection. when we're
Yep.
inspecting these.
Oh, thank you, appreciate it.
And we were talking about the preventive maintenance, that's what I wanted to touch on a little bit, is because we only have one, we probably don't have that time to sit down and do the preventive maintenance needed, because it's a sweeper, right? Takes in dust, takes in everything, a lot of the equipment, like even our skid steers that do the milling, things like that, have special filters in them, making sure that we're able to change out the filter system, everything else. Having just one street sweeper, you really probably don't have time to do that preventive maintenance you're looking at. So that might give us a couple more years out of the other one, now having that second, street sweeper.
Right, and for each specific piece of equipment, there is a different form that they fill out for those different moving parts, as I spoke of earlier, that are in that street sweeper. They'll check the filters and they'll do all those things. They may not do the filters daily, but there is a scheduled maintenance or scheduled check on those that they're supposed to.
And having that second vehicle will help you
Well,
take that truck in and get it done.
so that's exactly to my point. The second vehicle is good. Number one, you can be running two sweepers at a time, which is helpful. But when one's down, you're still able to perform the function.
Right.
So I guess I'm just processing, realizing that 7 years ago when we made this investment, we thought we were going to. We had this, it's deja vu. We thought we were having this exact conversation about going from one street sweeper to two so that one could be down. But then the old one got decommissioned apparently years ago, and we just dropped back down to one instead of it being replaced. Now this one is at the end, so it seems like we're on a cycle of basically still just having one street sweeper. And what I'm wanting to suggest is that we have as a policy, like whenever this one is ready to be retired, if we can get some more years out of it, that's great. I'm not suggesting that we buy two right now either, because we're gonna have to. But when that one is decommissioned, then it has to come back to us in the budget so that we can keep two street sweepers in our inventory at all times. That would be my
Absolutely.
suggestion, at least. Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
And that is a part of our fleet management approach that we're looking at going forward, is actually to look at age of the vehicle, usage, and then also maintenance schedules and all of that, and building that into kind of a replacement policy. And so we are working on developing all of that right now, and there'll actually be a scored system for that.
So if it's a 10-year lifespan and you need a fleet of two, that means you're replacing every 5 years.
Right.
Right. So instead of it being 7 years, it's just maybe we should have done this 2 years ago is the point.
And we can better plan for that going forward. Absolutely.
Just like to say, maybe not just this item, but like all the other dump trucks, these things that are high dollar amounts and they get decommissioned, that we see that in the budget cycle. So that we're keeping up with that we do get the extended lifespan use of the machinery. And if it goes down a few years earlier, we'd like to understand why we're replacing it, maybe prematurely, but also have enough in the pipeline to service the community.
Absolutely. Well, and as we develop the fleet management plan and we can get some of these things in place, I think we're going to be better able to give you that update on a regular basis. Okay, for our next strategic priority, this is the effectively plan and prepare for Kyle's transportation needs. And I mentioned the new transportation planning area we're trying to build out. And again, this is for us to be able to look forward, but also look across and look at how we coordinate with our agency partners. We mentioned the work that Hayes County is doing, City of San Marcos, City of Buda, our other partners, TxDOT, and more effectively coordinate with them on projects and improvements and any issues going forward. And so, again, we're able to kind of reach out, and we're working on those now, and we're reaching out as needed for different projects. But this really builds our capacity to be more proactive and looking forward, particularly as we have this new transportation master plan. I definitely want to make sure we're getting the full value out of that investment that we're making. And to do that, definitely having some resources on staff that can help us to do that and stay on top of that, the implementation of that, and follow up that, because it really does take a lot of follow up and follow through to make sure that we are realizing all the potential value of those recommended improvements, those recommended actions that come out of a transportation master plan. So what we're asking for here is a transportation planning division manager. And again, this is just that first step to start to build that capacity to do that and to have that planning capacity in the transportation area. And then also I mentioned previously, public information and marketing program manager. While it's here in this area, this position we see serving the whole department. And this would serve us also on the CIP side of things, help us with our capital improvement communications for projects as well. And so we definitely could look at capitalizing some of those costs as part of CIP. Also helping us in several areas that we've also noted. And again, I think this can help us in the stormwater side of things. I think it can help us on the fleet management side of things, but really just be a resource for the department to coordinate back with our corporate communications team here at the City of Kyle. And again, just make sure we're doing a good job getting information out. For example, one of the things we're working on right now is kind of a how-to on how to use roundabouts. And we're working with our communications team on that. We're excited about that. But again, it takes bandwidth from our side to work with them. It takes bandwidth from their side. And so we just want to make sure that we have someone who can stay on top of those initiatives and for all the different communications needs that we see. And I'm still just getting a handle of what all those needs are from a transportation and public works standpoint.
Great.
Mike, sorry, I didn't want to jump. So I guess just my concern is just like the compensation part of it. Did these positions get looked at in our compensation study to see like that they benchmark like where they need to be before proposing the amounts considered for these two? And I think you had two more coming on for managing the roads, project managers. So have we looked at that to see that they are benchmarking where we need them? Because my concern is just that we go very top heavy on the executive side in this budget season. So I want to make sure that, we're not over compensating in these positions.
We did work with HR and looking at what positions we thought would be needed to just start these functions. And again, some of the positions you see here, I know we see a couple of division managers here, but this is really just to start that function. And so, again, that's why we're not proposing a full build out of staff and all of that. We just want to get somebody on board to help us start these areas and then see what those needs are, and then come back to you in future fiscal years to look at what those needs are.
Yeah, and the other thing I would say is these are fully loaded numbers. So what we mean by that is it's the salary plus all of the benefit costs that the city pays for that employee. So it would be insurance cost, contributions to FICA and Social Security and all those different things. So it's a fully loaded number, but every position we bring you is based on our compensation and classification system, and it's based on market data.
Okay.
Just if anyone's looking at the numbers and thinking that they're high, the way that I look at it is a brand new position, and someone is going to have to come in and build out process for an entire position to function, like 30, 60, 90-day plans, all KPIs. That's an investment in itself, whether or not it's a new person or a new role or an existing role. So, I mean, the way that I look at it is we're getting an additional added value out of this first person that we're hiring. Like, this is the can't miss of the way that we're going to move forward with these positions is this one is going to build out the future for success in this role.
Okay. I talked about the new area that we're trying to build out under traffic management and operations. And so I mentioned we brought Assistant Director Kosaraju on board, and we're really excited about her capabilities. As you may recall, we've worked with her when she was at WGI, and so we've done a lot of great work with her. She knows Kyle very well. But what we want to do is build some capacity underneath her to get some of these initiatives going. I mentioned the safety program. I mentioned coordination with development, doing traffic impact analysis, being able to review those, set up guidelines for those. I mentioned Safe Routes to Schools program, the traffic calming program, looking at our signals and getting good synchronization of those, being able to do speed studies on our different corridors. And really what I'd love to do is be able to build a little more capacity to look at a corridor, not just specific pain points, so we can look at full performance along the corridors, how those intersections are functioning, and then everything in between, and then coming up with some more complete solutions to bring to you for improving those corridors going forward. So for all of that, these positions are being requested to build out some of the capacity. One signal systems engineer, again, to work on the signals program. It's also, the timing is good right now to look at building out our signals and traffic management operations area, because Campo is actually looking at a regional traffic management operations capacity that they're building out. So this really is a regional effort. I think there's an opportunity here if we can build some capacity here for the city, not just for the benefit of our community, but also to tie in the resources that are happening and being invested at the regional level. The Austin area is investing a lot. TxDOT is doing a lot for traffic management operations related to all the Capital Express projects that are happening and all the coordinations with happening there. So again, I just think there are going to be some opportunities for us to leverage our interagency partnerships going forward as well. Just another benefit to building out some of the capacity. We mentioned the coordination with development, so that would be the development review engineer position, and then also the multimodal safety program engineer or manager. And this, again, these are positions to get these areas started, but then to look at how we manage our multimodal systems and our investments, make sure that they're safety, but also people are able to move efficiently and effectively around the city. And that really is just the positions that we're asking for to build some of that capacity. Okay, the big one, the CIP. So here is a very high overview of the 5-year CIP plan. I'm sorry, I'm recovering from an upper respiratory thing. That's why I keep on eating cough drops. We worked with our finance department and our partner departments like Water and Parks to look at what the 5-year plan is going forward for capital projects. And so I know the departments are going to be talking to you about their 5-year CIP plans. Mike talked to you already about the wastewater plan. But these are all projects, whether they're funded or not funded, that departments are starting to look at on the horizon that they anticipate initiating over this 5-year horizon. And so based on looking all of that rolled up, we're looking at a total of about $1.3 billion if you look at 2025 all the way through, or 26 through 30. And so that's, when you're looking at that kind of number, you're looking at an average of about $450 million per year, which is no small feat. And that doesn't include a couple of things. That doesn't include any of the projects that will be coming out of the Transportation Master Plan. That doesn't include any projects that may be coming out of subsequent master plans. There may be other projects coming out of the Water Master Plan, other master plans at the city. And so again, this is just what we have on the radar screen right now. For Transportation Public Works projects, we're looking at about $184 million over that time frame. And then for the road bond itself, as you know, we're looking at about $270 million to finish out that program going forward. And again, that is a lot of what is going to be happening in the 5-year plan, is to finish out that road bond program. And I know I've given you a couple of updates on that. We're going to begin the implementation of the Sidewalk Master Plan. So we'll be budgeting, I believe, about, Derek, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's about $500,000 a year for implementation of the Sidewalk Master Plan. So hitting those higher priority sidewalk gaps that were identified and you were briefed on. We'll be looking at the Langley Road reconstruction, so a part of those Post Oak neighborhood rehabilitation improvements to address those severe issues out there with the roadway. Vibe Trail improvements, working with our Parks Department. We're happy to work with them on all of their projects as well. The Coleridge Crossing Railroad Overpass, which is a multi-agency partnership to get that done. And we also anticipate pursuing more grant funding opportunities here in the coming months for construction of that as well. So again, just making sure we're well positioned for that. And then, of course, water projects, and Mike, I know, has talked to you about several of the water projects in their CIP. But that's what we have going forward. And so again, based on the scale of that and based on the fact that we have our CIP delivery capacity for the city in Transportation Public Works, we want to build some capacity to do that. And right now, you have 4 project managers managing what you already have. And I think I talked to you, your current active CIP program is about $650 million. And that doesn't include the road bond program, which definitely takes bandwidth from staff as well. And so to adequately staff for this, I would say you're already understaffed. We already have other folks that are not project managers in the city managing projects just because there's overflow. And so we have folks in the engineers department. We have folks in Public Works managing projects. And so we just want to make sure that we're building sufficient capacity going forward to make sure we successfully deliver all of these projects. So even with the current CIP that, active projects, I would tell you that you're probably understaffed right now. And so looking at that and looking at the 5-year CIP plan, what we're requesting are 2 project managers and 2 project coordinators. Project coordinators are basically assistant project managers. They help to do a lot of the follow through on all those day-to-day activities to make sure we're moving projects forward, but they can also manage small scale CIP projects. The other benefit of having a project coordinator is we're starting to build that career ladder. So when we start to recruit folks into the city, we keep them here, and we have opportunities for them to advance in the CIP delivery area. And then also we're looking at project management software. And again, we just had HDR look at our CIP delivery system, and one of the preliminary recommendations they gave to us was to look at more effective management of our workflow. Project management software helps us to do that. So that's a part of our recommendation and request here as well. Derek, did I miss anything on the CIP?
Derek Daniel, CIP Division Manager, Mayor, Council. I think when Mike hit on, the HDR has been coming in. They gave a report of their preliminary findings for our CIP capital delivery program that was presented to us, and then also City Manager and his office. I think from that, we've taken a lot of the things that we've seen currently right now, my position just being developed here in the last year, to look at more standardizing across the boards that, the council is more aware of the project statuses, we're more aware of the tracking of where those are coming from. But I think ultimately, whenever that report gets developed, you'll see there is, I think, some lacking of our capacity and what we have. Whenever we talk to them and they say, project managers usually average, 6 to 7 projects across the board in some of our sister cities around the Central Texas. And, we have project managers that are managing 10, 11, 12 projects. And some of these are very large scale projects. And so we're just hoping that we can kind of helpfully divvy up that work so we have better reporting, better understanding from the project managers, and just overall have a cleaner system, that you guys can be proud of, and that we can, efficiently deliver these CIP projects, because it's a large cost coming up.
Thanks, Eric. The other thing I do want to mention about this is we've been working with our city management and finance as well. We think there's an opportunity to capitalize these costs because they are a part of delivering our capital projects. And so you can charge back basically to your capital projects any direct and indirect costs associated with putting those assets in place. And so just like we charge consultant design costs back to the project, you can charge project management costs and those CIP delivery costs. So we do think there's an opportunity to capitalize these costs, charge these costs back to the capital projects, and take that burden off the general fund. And so I know finance is working on that analysis right now on how to do that. And so I know there'll be more to follow as part of the budget process going forward. Also, we think, and I mentioned this previously, we think there's an opportunity to get some in-house staff to more effectively design small CIP projects. So when you're hiring consultants to design projects, typically there's an economy of scale. Larger projects, I would say projects that are $1 million or above, typically you start to get more of an economy of scale of hiring a consultant. Typically the cost will be within that 10 to 15% range. Once you start to get smaller than that, the percentage of design cost gets higher because it just takes a certain amount to bring a consultant on board and to do design for any project, regardless of what size they are. So we think for those smaller projects, particularly those projects that are under $1 million, we think there's a real opportunity to have some cost savings by hiring a couple of staff in-house to do that in-house design. And so there's a couple of examples here. I also don't want to steal too much of Leon's thunder. Leon, if you want to add anything here, because this will be in Leon's area, but I think we're looking at $200,000, $300,000 per year that we could potentially save on this based on the number of small projects.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Council. Leon Barber, City Engineer. Mayor and Council, we have design projects in-house. As a matter of fact, the foundation for that generator at Public Works was designed by me. So we have the capabilities to design. The problem is that we get pulled off on all the other projects and issues that come up. We also did the Button Creek Interceptor, Phase 1 and Phase 2. That was a major project that was done right around pandemic time. That was done in-house, and no telling how much money we saved on that. Now, we lost a lot of money because of the pandemic, because of the costs that went up on that project. But I just can't imagine how much we save by doing the engineering in-house. So the proposal before you is to at least hire 2 folks to start a design team to start working on those smaller projects. The best example I can give you, the costs that are related, for example, if you look at the Colors Crossing sidewalk and Veterans Drive sidewalk, those were the fees that we were charged to design those sidewalks. Now, there's not a whole lot of requirements for designing a sidewalk, but you still have to design it. You have to meet ADA and make sure that the topo's addressed and all that kind of stuff, and when you design a sidewalk. But to actually build those, Public Works built those for less than $10,000. So the fee was very expensive just for that small project. Those are the things that we could do in-house. Now, we do want to mention that we still need to have a surveyor. Somebody's got to survey the property for us. We still may have to do some acquisitions. So those things we can't do in-house. We would we'd have to probably put those out for contract.
I think those are great ideas, Leon, Mike, to try to bring in the capacity in-house for these smaller scale projects. That's great. It's a cost savings for us, for sure.
Definitely.
Not only is it a cost savings on design, but it speeds the project up dramatically. I remember when we were doing the design on the community garden, that there were so many steps that it was frustrating because Leon was having to bring in outside consultants, and they would take forever to do their work. Plus, they were expensive. So it ended up the garden costing so much more than it really should have if we had had our own in-house.
Absolutely, Councilmember. And that's exactly our concern, is that we end up spending sometimes more costs, non-construction costs, on those small-scale projects than actual construction. And so we want to make sure that money's going out to getting those projects constructed and done. And you mentioned it. With having someone in-house, we don't have to go out and negotiate a scope and fee and get all that contract in place. And we can save that time and get that work more rapidly done and have them reporting directly to us to get that done. That's another one, too. Again, capital project. We think there's an opportunity to capitalize some of those costs as well. Going forward. And then Leon kind of mentioned it. We think because of all the need, we have the large CIP with all of our different right-of-way acquisition needs and all of our needs to review survey when we're looking at private development. We think there's a real opportunity to also have a cost savings by hiring internal survey person as well. And so this is a request to get a person on board. And again, save that time from contracting out the survey services. I can tell you from working on CIP projects directly in my prior life, it takes a long time sometimes to work with consultants to get that survey work done. And so having someone in-house who can help us to do those reviews, but also help us on the CIP side of things, I think could be a real value. And Leon, am I missing anything on that? So similar benefits to the in-house design team. I think we'll save time, have them more responsive, and again, not have to go through all the consultant processing. And this is just a table. Again, this just summarizes what we've been talking about, the potential in-house savings, looking at your design team and then your surveying team. And again, pretty substantial numbers when you're looking at those projects. And again, for those smaller scale projects, I think this just makes a lot of sense for us to move those projects forward in a more efficient way. Fleet. Okay, we've talked a lot about fleet, and we're here. I know we've been mentioning the next slides, and so Chris, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you talk about fleet.
All right. Hope you all brought your seatbelts. You're in for a ride. Fleet and fuel, our management approach. So fleet and fuel came about as a new division in 2025 this year, and fortunately, we're able to hire a new division manager for that division. Currently, he is a department of one. He doesn't have any other employees as of now, but however, he's been able to put together a lot of information for us as far as our fleet management and our maintenance activities and things like that. So that was the first initiative underway that we had performed, was to hire that division manager. What we did is he went through and he identified all of our city-owned vehicles and our equipment. He identified all the lease units and their expiration dates. Currently, what we're working on now is the SOPs to enhance our workplace safety, and that also goes hand in hand with a larger city of initiative where we're all working on safety with all of the departments in the city. We're working on conducting a comprehensive fleet audit. As Mike mentioned, we're working with a consultant right now on a scope of work to come in and look at all of our fleet, the age, the equity and all of those types of things in our fleet, our aging fleet, to see what we need to do going forward with those vehicles. We looked at cost analysis and outsourced maintenance, and we are doing consistent, as I mentioned earlier, preventative maintenance and repair plans through various means of different types of software.
Chris, are they also looking at, what do you call it? Things Round Rock has gone to a lot of electric vehicles. Some other vehicles they're able to outsource. They're saving a lot of money on, non-combustible maintenance repair, so they're not going through that. The vehicles seem to be holding up. Are we looking at those aspects as well?
Yes, sir. As part of the agreement with the consultant, part of the scope of that is looking in those alternative vehicles.
And that's great, especially because EPA has changed a lot of their regulations, and right now, I think Austin's out of containment in the area as well. So we're looking at how we can reduce some of those greenhouse gases and some of the particles out there that we're putting out there in the air. So if we're going to keep, if we're going to be moving and switching out vehicles, keeping an eye on what we can do to do our part for our air quality would be important.
Right, and I've reached out to Austin's fleet manager and spoke with him a little bit. They've gone to quite a few electric vehicles, so he has provided me a lot of good information on the benefits of those and how to go about looking into you get grants and things like that for those.
I know their maintenance, Round Rock has it's in the millions now that they're saving, not having combustible engines in most of their fleet. So they're definitely, it's a cost savings for the city as well.
So all of these initiatives came together because currently we do not have a centralized way to manage our fleet. All the divisions, all the departments were just kind of managing their fleet on their own. The maintenance records weren't really kept up to what they should be. So at this point right now, we don't know a lot of the maintenance that's been done on our vehicles. The fleet vehicles that are leased are generally, the maintenance records on those are pretty good, but the equipment that we own are not. So that's what this initiative is hopefully going to help us take care of. All right, so this slide here just kind of breaks down a cost estimate on what we think in-house maintenance versus outsourced maintenance. This is a slide that will show some cost savings in that. It was kind of eye-opening for me when I was doing this research. So if you look at that, the labor that we assumed in-house was a $60,000 a year employee. He'll do all the maintenance, the minor repairs, and then the parts estimates were about $100,000 a year for filters, brake pads, all of those types of things, and then $50,000 a year allocated for tools, lifts, and all of those types of things that come with a auto body or an auto repair shop. $40,000 a year for garage space. That number would likely be less because we're going to have a facility hopefully constructed that'll house our fleet department. And then the downtime costs, again, $30,000 a year. Those would likely be less in-house maintenance because that would be our goal. Our goal would be to get the equipment in and get it out. When you look at outsourced maintenance assumptions, labor rate 120 an hour, 100 hours per vehicle, and you can see the downtime cost would be $30,000 a year. Most likely that would probably be more because like someone said earlier, you put a vehicle in and it might be 2 weeks before they even look at it to get it out. If we could do that in-house, we'd get somebody right on it, we'd get it repaired and get it back out in the field working. So you're looking at about an annual cost savings, and this, keep in mind that this is, if the program is up and running, that's $1.1 million a year that's estimated that could be saved if we did the work in-house. So, like I said before, this is a new division for 2025, and we don't have any employees, we don't have any equipment, we don't have any tools. So this is our supplemental request to at least get this program up off the ground and running. The division manager that I hired for this position has about 15 years of experience. He came with TxDOT, and he actually helped us build out an org chart, a fully developed department that we can implement to do all of our maintenance. We know that that's a big ask for now. There's a huge investment that's going to be involved in this. These things here are the items that the division manager deemed most important, and that would be a fleet shop coordinator, and basically he would coordinate all the repairs, warranty, everything that comes into the shop, and then most importantly is the fleet equipment mechanic. Obviously, he would be the person that would be doing, he or she would be the person doing all of the work on the equipment. As far as space goes, if you've been to our Public Works building, you know that we have a large bay area out in the back. We can designate one or two of those spots for fleet maintenance. We'd have some lifts, some equipment, things like that that can be put in there. So have an exhaust system that we can install and all of that.
I know it's a big cost initially, but when you look at what the yearly will be after that savings, I think that'll outweigh the cost, throughout, if you start looking at it that way.
Yes, sir. Aside from the personnel, we're asking for 2 pieces of equipment. One is a field service truck, and that will be basically have everything inside it that they can go do repairs out in the field, or they can even use it there in the yard if they need to do that. Secondly is a lube service truck. Currently, we are contracting out of our service, our oil change services, fluids, and all of that is being contracted out through a mobile vendor, or we have to take it to a local oil change shop to get those things done. This truck could do those types of things in the field. You got to say the paver is out on location, needs an oil change. This unit could go out and change the oil in the field, and it'd be very little downtime. And then, of course, the various support costs and equipment. Like I said before, we don't have any equipment, we don't have any tools, and that's where that money would go for that. So I just want to highlight a little bit about our leased vehicles that we have. I did some research on that. That's one of the key items we wanted to identify was the lease. So one of the goals of this new fleet department is to move possibly from a leased vehicle fleet to an owned vehicle fleet. Currently, we're having the consultant that's part of the scope of work is to look at those options for us and tell us financially going forward what's best for the city. There's pros to leasing, there's cons to leasing, there's pros to owning, et cetera. So currently, the city has, we have 165 leased vehicles total throughout the city. That includes the police in the city. The city ourselves, we only have 96. PD has the rest of those. Total number of vehicles is 192. So just that little tidbit of information for you where we're at. I think back in 2017, the contract with Enterprise was signed. Shortly thereafter, they started getting a few vehicles in. And granted, these are only 1-ton vehicles and less. This doesn't include our large pieces of equipment. 2018, they got some vehicles in. 19, 20, COVID hit, so it really put a delay on all the vehicles. And we didn't get a whole lot there for a few years. We were actually still getting vehicles last year that we had ordered back in 2020 into our fleet. So
just one thing I wanted to mention, sorry to interrupt you, Chris, is I believe Amber and I briefed the council on this late last summer, if I remember the timing. One of the things we want to do is to set up a vehicle and equipment replacement fund. So some of the discussions we've had about making sure we know when to replace vehicles and how those vehicles get replaced. We'd like to have a cash-funded system on that. So every year we're putting some cash back towards the eventual replacement of that vehicle or pieces of equipment. And then when it needs to be replaced, you have the cash in hand to replace it. And it's a standardized process that works every single year. It does take time, though, to transition out of a leased environment into an owned environment and to set up a system like that. That's one of the things that we're going to be working on and trying to figure out exactly where to start. As Chris mentioned, we have quite a few vehicles and quite a few leases, and it will take us a little time to turn that switch. So I just wanted to mention that to you as kind of in context of everything else that we're been talking about with heavy equipment. It's something that needs to be done. There's long-term savings, I believe, to the city, and I want to be able to quantify that for you and tell you how that's going to work. I think the number of leases that you have are probably far different than probably what you expected those to be several years ago, perhaps when that agreement was put in place, and we want to make sure we're monitoring it very closely.
thank you.
For the record, I argued against the enterprise lease program as hard as I possibly could at the time. It didn't matter. Vez agrees. He knows how much I hated it.
Yeah, don't go away, Chris. You're back on. So this is our priority of specifically maintaining the city's roadway network. And so we start with providing effective response to our 311 calls. We're very excited about the new 311 system, as I know you are. Obviously, that's generating a lot of calls for service. And so we just want to make sure we have adequate coverage for that, particularly in our public works area, and then also be able to also address the other programs that we have. And with that, I'll let Chris talk a little more about that.
Right, so as Mike mentioned, it's been a great success, the 311 program. We expect it to increase throughout the next few months, years, as citizens become more familiar with it and get educated on how it works. Very easy to snap a picture of a pothole and send it into 311. So fortunately, that's been a big success for us. We have 48 hours to respond to potholes, but we usually respond to them in the same day. Now, with that said, that department only has 12 employees that works there. Those employees do sidewalk repair, curb and gutter repair, they take care of signs, signals, all of those things. So in order to meet our mandates for the 311 system, it's taking the work off of some of the other projects that we have, the core responsibilities that these employees are doing. So we're asking for these 2 additional employees to help supplement the maintenance department, particularly to make sure the 311 stays a success and we're able to meet all of our other functions that the department does daily. And with that also, a 1-ton crew cab truck that's going to be leased probably. So, any questions?
I'd just like to say, as we're looking at how do we evolve and get better and provide better service, if we can also think about automation down the road, where we can use a robot or something like that here in the city to be ahead of, where we're going in the future. Consider those aspects too.
Yeah, we definitely want to look forward and keep pace with any emerging technologies or new technologies that we think can help us be more efficient. We'll absolutely keep an eye on that.
Yeah, technology is great. Let's not get rid of personnel trying to fire people.
We can have a robot do a few simple things. That'd be great, because you don't have to feed them, you don't have to pay them, and you can just keep working it.
As 311, it's great to hear that 311's been a success and people are using it to see us add some personnel. I'm thinking 2 employees is probably not going to be enough for if 311's successful. Probably going to need 3 eventually, maybe 4. But it's a start for this year's budget. But yeah, it's great to hear that they're using that resource as well. I just wanted to touch on some things real quick. Impact fees, I'm glad that we're re-looking at those impact fees, especially because a lot of our residents that always feel that, new development doesn't pay their way. This is the city looking at the impact fees and making sure that we are hearing them and taking that into consideration as well. The traffic calming device. The last thing I want to say is Post Oak. When I was driving through Post Oak looking at roadways, I remember talking to Brian and telling him, Post Oak's something I probably really want to put on this year's budget. And he said, we're already working on it. It was great. That shows the initiative of the city and how the plan and where we are now, that roadways are being looked at in real time, So it was great to hear that and get that feedback. So I didn't even have to worry about putting on the budget because y'all were already working on it. So thank y'all for what y'all do. That's all I want to finish with.
Thank you. Okay, also in line with maintaining a good roadway network is also looking at our pavement management. I believe y'all had a study a couple of years back where you looked at your pavement condition. And so what we want to do is just make sure that we're staying on top of that, using that information, but also updating that information and prioritizing where those investments go. And so, Leon, you want to talk about this one a little bit?
I just did some quick calculations, but the bond program is what, $300 million, and it's about 60 lane miles is what I got from the consultant. That's what, 5, and one of the measurements that we use when we're doing resurfacing is we use lane miles. A lane is 10 feet wide by a mile long, so 60 lane miles divided into 300 million is what, about $5 million a lane mile? That's for total reconstruction and upgrading of the system that you have out there. When we do a microservicing project, that's $23,000 a lane mile. So it makes sense to take care of your good roads. And the way you take care of your good roads is you do preventive maintenance. It's the same thing as your vehicle. You don't have to change the oil if you don't want to, but it would be a good idea to change it when it's recommended because that makes your engine last longer and your vehicle last longer. So that's the purpose of a pavement maintenance management system. I've been trying to get this implemented for the last several years, and this is hoping that we get a chance to start implementing that pavement management system. So what's the big deal about having a management system like that? As I mentioned, the vehicles, suppose you have one vehicle. It's easy to figure out when you're going to change the oil, when you check the tires and top the fluids off and all that good stuff. But what if you had 100 vehicles? How the heck would you keep track of all that information with 100 vehicles? And we have over 200 centerline miles of streets right now. I figured it would be, if we let every street just fall apart today and just didn't do any more maintenance, it's about a $2.4 billion effort to rebuild all those streets. We have a huge investment in our streets, and we need to keep maintaining those. Same thing as painting your house, changing filters. That's the importance of preventive maintenance. That's why I'm really supportive of a pavement management system to help us monitor that. One of the key things I like about the pavement management system, that tells you also, supposing we spend $1 million a year on preventive maintenance. As you go through the pavement management system, it will tell you if you keep on that track, you're going to be able to maintain your 82.5 score that you want. It will also tell you if it's not enough money to maintain that. It'll start telling you in 5-10 years, you're going to be down to about 75 or 70 or whatever. So that's one of the good things about a pavement management system. It will tell you that you're not spending enough or you need to spend more. So it'll keep you on track of your pavement management needs. Any questions?
Great explanation. Thank you.
Okay, and then one of our last requests, and this is kind of related back to that transportation planning area that we're talking about. This is building that capacity to leverage funding. There's a lot of grant opportunities in the transportation space. I know you guys are very aware of that. There's a lot of calls for funding that go out both at the federal, the state, and regional level through Campo. And so we just want to make sure that we're staying on top of that. And again, this is about being on that proactive foot, not that reactive foot, and trying to chase things. And so, as I mentioned, we're already going to be looking at the Safe Streets for All grant opportunity that's already active. We'll probably be looking at the Surface Transportation Block Grant program. Our understanding is that Campo will be having a call for projects coming up in a couple of months. But again, it takes some resources and some bandwidth to stay on top of those opportunities, and also leveraging funding with TxDOT as we're doing projects going forward. One of the corridors we're going to be looking at a lot more closely in the Transportation Master Plan is RM 150 East, and I know we've talked a lot about that. And so again, being able to be well positioned to leverage that funding, whether it's TxDOT funding, whether it's Hays County funding, just want to make sure that we have some bandwidth to do that. So this is requesting a grant program manager to really get that effort going. So they wouldn't only be looking at pursuing grant opportunities and managing those grants when we have them, but I also see them as kind of a regional coordinator position as well, as they'd be reaching out regular touch points with our regional agencies, with Campo staff, with our Hays County staff, and others, in conjunction with leadership, of course, to pursue opportunities, to see where those partnerships exist, and again, to make sure that we're leveraging those tax dollars. And again, we're trying to be our best stewards with the taxpayers' money on this. And so that's what this request is about.
Mike, I really appreciate that. From before I came on the council, when I was on Parks and Rec, I had been advocating to have some internal grant people. And I really felt like we were missing a lot of state and local, like county opportunities by not having somebody that was focused on that. So I really appreciate seeing this. I hope we'll also have other departments such as Parks and Rec will be able to either have their own grant program or take advantage of this.
And of course, if we get a position like this, who has some of that grants expertise, I'm sure they'd be happy to work with our partner departments as well on those grant opportunities. And so here's our budget requests, and some of these are lumped together, but I wanted to kind of show the priority. And again, all of these, I think we stated the need and the priority for all of these requests. It's very hard for me to rank these, not an easy job. But again, I would say probably some of the highest priorities right now is to build some capacity in key areas where we just don't have it right now. And then also make sure that we are effectively building capacity to deliver that CIP program that already is a pretty sizable CIP program for the city, but also looking forward, making sure that we have sufficient capacity. But again, all these I would say are very high priorities for the department. I think we've talked about the different needs in different areas, and so that's why we're bringing them forward. I do want to mention this in this table. You'll see the projected savings, and again, these are projected savings to the general fund because, again, with the CIP projects, with the CIP project management, surveying, and design team, we think we'll be able to capitalize some of those costs. And I mentioned we're working with the finance department to see how to do that. We mentioned the facility staffing. Again, we think there's an annual cost savings from deferred maintenance there as well. Same for fleet management. Chris did a great job talking about how we can save costs by bringing some of those resources in-house and doing a better job of staying on top of that and avoiding some of those larger equipment replacement costs going forward. And then with transportation planning, we think there's a cost savings with that grant position. Again, bringing funding in and leveraging funding will make our dollars go further. So we think there is a savings opportunity there as well. So we think, right now we're just estimating about 2.5. I think it actually could be more than that. But we think that's a type of savings that we can provide back to the general fund based on what we're requesting and some of the capacities we're looking to build out through this request. And then just an overview of our budget. And again, you can see our approved budget and then our proposed base. We already had some adjustments based on some new positions that we already brought in the current fiscal year. And then our supplemental budget request, I think our number is a little off. We'll have to reconcile that with finance because I think we have 5.9 for all of our requests. So we'll figure out what that is. And then our total proposed budget, we are recommending 20 new staff in this, and I know that's a huge ask, but again, we talked about the different areas, and I think you can see some of the different needs and priorities. And again, new department, we're trying to just build some capacity to get some things started in a couple of key areas. So that's kind of the basis for our proposed budget and our request today. And with that, any questions?
Well, that was pretty thorough. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Last but not least, agenda item number 4, receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff feedback regarding the Parks Recreation proposed budget for 25-26 and the 5-year CIP. Mr. Lopez.
Had to check my watch. Good morning, Honorable Mayor and Council. The worst thing about being the last department up is you wonder if there's anything left for you.
All the dollars are spent.
It's all gone. Quickly, I'd like to acknowledge a few team members I have here with me this evening who were instrumental in this big budget lift, a lot of sleepless nights. Chris Escoto, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation, Amy Garcia, Assistant Director of Parks and Rec, and Tamara Aquino, our Business and Strategic Planning Manager. All right, quick overview. We're going to talk about our mission and vision, the org chart, some performance measures, some accomplishments that we're proud of, the goals for 2025, a supplemental overview, summary of our FTEs, the new org chart, fees and revenues, a quick budget overview, and CIP. Our recently adopted mission and vision statement, mission to be a premier and sustainable parks and recreation system that builds community and promotes health, conservation, and inclusivity for all. Our new vision is we envision a thriving, inclusive network of parks and recreation where nature and community come together to enhance quality of life and establish Kyle as the premier regional standard. And we wanted to feature the council vision because we feel like it was very park-centric. Thank you all. Kyle is the undisputed regional leader in vehicular and pedestrian mobility, state-of-the-art parks and infrastructure, and quality of life retail, which augment a diverse, vibrant, equitable, thriving community that families, neighbors, and businesses are proud to call home. This is our current org chart comprised of 62 FTEs. There are 3 macro divisions and about 7 subdivisions. The largest division is our Parks Tech division, which is our trails, environmental conservation. Our Parks division, that also includes planning. And then we have our Cares division, which is community, aquatics, recreation, events, and senior services. And also our administrative division. Quick highlight of performance measures. There's a lot more that we actually track, but these are some quick highlights that we're proud of. Out of 42 total programs, we were able to serve over 5,000 participants. The total parkland areas that we've added into our maintenance cycles this year, believe it or not, is over 100 acres. A lot of that is natural area, and so we're able to curb some of the costs and demand by some objectives and goals that I'll talk about a little later with our conservation division. The total estimated acres of landscape that the new landscape and our native and horticulture team takes care of is 144. We've had 35 special events with almost 25,000 estimated total attendees and counting. Also, we've removed over 1,500 pounds of litter from parks and right-of-ways. Okay, so I'm just going to pull a couple of these accomplishments from this current fiscal year that we're especially proud of. We've received the Traps Lone Star Legacy Award from Mary Kyle Hartson Park. We were featured in the January 2025 edition of NRPA for some of the changes we're doing with upgrading our park system. We've launched 311 in Cartograph. We've adopted the 2025 PROS Master Plan, which is going to serve our city for the next 10 years and beyond. We were able to extend pool hours this year within our existing resources with some economies of scale. Thank you very much. We've installed lightning detection for aquatics facilities. Some cost containment strategies, as I mentioned earlier, one of those is our volunteer efforts. And so we've got, I think, a running total of 13 new volunteer or park beautification agreements that have totaled almost $12,000 in sweat equity. These are volunteers that are giving back to the park system, enhancing the park system and maintenance, and these are in-kind services. I'll talk more about some of those other donation opportunities. We were able to have a cost avoidance of $765,000. This is really significant. I mean, by the end of the year, it might be closer to $1 million. By our 2 in-house electricians with some projects like Republic Drive, for example, in that project alone, we saved almost $400,000 by performing that in-house. We paid $32,000 in material on a $400,000 quote, and these guys did it all in-house, did an amazing job. We're going to have a ribbon cutting on that facility soon, and you're going to see the tremendous work they accomplished. We expanded our grow zone areas, our natural areas, our prairie areas. We have 165 total acres right now, which amounts to $277,000 in cost avoidance. All right, some process improvements we're proud of. We've developed standard operating procedures for every single division in Parks and Recreation, including our Recreation Division with their Standards of Care program. We have a smart sheet that we use for tracking our agendas and social media requests. There's a lot going on in the world of Parks and Recreation. We arguably have more committees and boards than any other department, and it takes everybody moving in the same direction, pulling in the same direction. But we really leverage technology to be successful in that. We implemented a feral hog abatement strategy, and that's been, pardon the pun again, wildly successful. And we've had 100% abatement on that, and as well as all of our core functions. I think in graffiti abatement, we're over 90% compliant for abating graffiti within 24 business hours of reporting.
David, while you take a breath, I am really concerned about our right-of-way mowing, how much of that we're doing, and I'm really pleased to have the native planting emphasis that we have. I think we can do a whole lot better on our right-of-ways by using that team to convert them to native plantings instead of grass.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. That is something that we're actively working on with some of our gateway beds, decreasing our maintenance demands, and also expanding our pollinator corridors, maybe reducing some heat island effect. We do have one thing that was part of our highlights that I didn't expound upon was we now have 3 tiers of right-of-way mowing. And so our high visibility corridors we maintain on a weekly basis as most commercial traffic. Most of our visitors see that. And some of our outlier areas we mow on a monthly or quarterly cycle. And so that's less wear and tear on the mowers because of that frequency. We're able to put more focus on some of those high visibility areas and build up our riparian zones, and it helps some of our drainage ways. Okay, but we're going to be looking to expand that as well, Dr. Harris. One thing that you'll see in our supplemental list is some of our conservation programs for, as John says, landscapes that pay us rather than cost us. Right. So these are our goals for next fiscal year. I'll touch on them a little more, but we've taken more of a lead role in Grinch Fest and City Fest. We'll be talking about possibly expanding Cal Fair. We want to launch some in-house swim lessons. We're going to talk about bringing CPR to the city, doing it fully in-house, just like we brought landscape fully in-house this year and actually saved money and got a much better product. But all of these goals are tied to some funding requests that we asked for. So, of course, if that doesn't shake out the way we would like to see it, then some of these goals would likely drop off. So this is our supplemental list. There's 27 in total, but everyone you see with the green check mark by it demonstrates how we are accomplishing some short or long-term PROS master plan goals already. There's a ton already in the works. We talked about us hedging that master plan. We were gathering that public input, and you see there's quite a bit. We probably could have checked off all, but we tried to be more realistic and conservative. The first one up, and these are all ranked in order, would be the Daisy Lane operations with a new facility that's over 10,000 square feet It would take some team and some operating costs to run that. And so within this, there's a supervisor role as well as a couple of part-time staff so that this could be an 11 to 12-hour facility where we're managing a lot of rooms. There's a lot of moving of walls, moving of furniture, converting things over. We really want to maximize utilization of that. There's going to be some opportunities for some revenues that come out. Not quite enough to offset it, but those will be factored in. A special events coordinator was really highly ranked for us with a lot of the programming we have with the Heroes Memorial programming. Talked to a recent council member even about something like a bubble fest. There's a lot of great ideas that we think would serve the community, but we're already understaffed with our coordinator and taking on all of these additional events, and so this is really important for us. A bucket truck replacement. This is probably more correctly called a bucket truck supplemental. We have a bucket truck that currently doesn't reach our new lighting standards throughout the city. So as we're adding new right-of-way, new lighting, this bucket truck doesn't reach high enough. We'd like to keep it in commission because it could service the existing lighting, and Public Works occasionally, will borrow our bucket truck and it's adequate for them. But then we have our landscape park technician. I mentioned earlier we were over 100 of new additional acres of parkland that we brought into service. And with that, we've brought in some new landscapes. There's new roundabouts that are coming into service in FY26. We've got Dacey facility that has a lot of ornamental beds. And so we're going to need a landscape park technician to help with some of those added responsibilities. Currently, every landscape bed gets a full maintenance service on a weekly basis. That's another thing we've accomplished within this fiscal year is all of our core functions now have a service level agreement. We could tell you the frequency for every service by trade and function. So our guest services coordinator position, this would be housed at 1500 AC to help with some of the check-ins and the reservations for that building. But this would help service reservations citywide. Currently, our management assistant helps with reservations, and quite frankly, we're a little underserving in that regard because she's spread in 1,000 different directions. And so to improve customer service, also we're getting more reservations as we're enhancing the maintenance in our facilities, and we're going to be looking to renovate some existing facilities. There's going to be a lot more of that. And then also helping with our marketing and communications, which if you guys follow our social medias, we get responses all the time. There's a lot of interaction. People are excited about what Parks is doing, but we don't quite have the bandwidth, similar to what Public Works talked about earlier, to engage and to promote all of the great things that we're doing in Park and Recreation. So this would be like a utility infielder position. A Cal Fair enhancement, as mentioned, to try to get some higher quality performers, help with more branding and improve logistics. There's a lot of meat on the bone we feel with Kyle Fair. One big question that we've talked about with city management is really, what's our big goal for Kyle Fair? We're going to be coming with presentations on special events and in our annual Did Well, Do Better process. And so you all will have an opportunity to give more feedback on that vision. Specialized conservation equipment. Dr. Harris, as mentioned earlier, these are the implements that are going to help with establishing more conservation zones, more wildflower areas, an optimal tractor for a seed drill that we're going to purchase within this budget year for seeding. The commercial tree maintenance contract. So right now you've got a lot of larger canopy, especially on our riparian areas. Think about steeplechase, think about waterleaf in those tree areas, and they haven't got much maintenance at all. And so you've got a lot of risk in those areas. Think about Mary Kyle Hartson with trees. So this would be to correctly and responsibly prune our tree canopy so you don't have those safety threats, but also for proper tree care. This could be air spading of the roots to decompact the soils, maybe to help with some nutrients so that we can prolong the life of some of our most precious assets in the park system. Also, we're looking at specialized mowing equipment for, I think of areas like La Verde Park or Mary Kyle Hartson or Heroes Memorial. So actually getting real mowers in those tight, confined spaces where we can mow on a higher frequency, maintain the grass at a shorter height, and just get an overall better quality cut on those things. We're using these larger mowers now, and it's not really a one-size-fits-all method. If you know about turf management, you're going to do more damage than good getting in there with heavy machinery. You're going to damage your irrigation. You're going to create more ruts. You might damage some of your permanent fixed assets. We're going to also look at Camp Kyle Camp right sizing. So we've seen a significant increase in cost in facility rentals for camp. In one case, 100% spike and we had to scale back our camp and some of our offerings because it's cost more for us to rent some of these spaces from the school districts. And so that's gonna, that's a $174,000 ask. This is a service back to the community. We probably get supplemented on we're probably subsidizing 60% of our camps right now just to keep those costs of entry down for our participants.
Have we had any conversations with school districts about those costs? One reason is that, these are their students. I mean, the people in these camps are actually students of the school district. Maybe having that conversation with them and reminding them.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Rizzo, we've had some conversations. We may not be having them at the right level. That's exactly what we talked about. We're serving the same. We're serving the same customer in what we're doing, and the funding that's used to pay for these schools and these facilities. Well, we're servicing them in the summer months when they're off, and they need something to do. They need something constructive. So we think our goals align. There's probably opportunity to
because it's a win for their students, right? So
correct.
Whether the camp is maybe something educational or something just for physical, requirements as well. It's still great for the kids that are attending Hasty ISD.
Yes, sir. And to be fair, we don't, because we haven't had those conversations, we don't know what how their cost of maintenance has increased, and maybe their accounting has improved. So, but we are looking into that. Also, at the CPR Junior Lifeguard program that I alluded to earlier, this would actually be a potential revenue for the city to, it's that we would be able to not only do this in-house for our guards, but also expand the program citywide to all city employees so they can all be CPR certified. Seasonal camp expansion. Currently, we have a summer and spring camp. This would enable us to do a fall and winter camp for students. That would be really helpful to the parents as well during the time when the kids are off and parents have to work, and help to control some of those additional costs associated. A turf aerator is really important for a turf management program as well. You've got your athletic fields, as I mentioned, those high traffic lawn spaces. You get a lot of soil compaction. It's really bad for the turf. And aerator with nutrients and introducing oxygen and decompaction is essential for any turf management program. Supplemental mowing contract for I-35 corridor. So currently TxDOT, as you all know, TxDOT is scaling back more and more on what their mowing schedules are. You've got the wildflower season where they're not doing any mowing. We're doing selective mowing during that season. Currently, we've got 5 mowings year-round to supplement the 2 that they're doing, so 7 total. We'd like to take that to really round out the growing season to an additional 3 cycles per year. This funding would allow us to do that. We're not getting the amount of complaints we got. I remember when I first started, there were so many on that I-35 corridor with TxDOT. I probably got an email from everybody here at some point in time on that, and I've seen that drop significantly because of that. We think there's still opportunity to improve on that.
A lot of it was, vision. So people trying to get onto the highway from some of our roadways was really hard for them. But the grass was over 6 foot tall. And TxDOT was all the way in Georgetown telling us it'd be 3 months before they got here.
If even that, it was a serious safety issue. We agree.
Yeah.
All right. So some specialized trail equipment we've added. I think as we come into service for the coming fiscal year, we're going to have an additional 7 miles of trail. This is a hybrid of like our single track soft surface trail as well as some paved trail. But this equipment would help us to maintain those. It's basically like walk behind, probably like roughly like 40-inch mower decks. You could walk behind or be pulled behind to get to those tight single track trail areas. That would actually create an efficiency. Right now, believe it or not, some of those areas have to be weed eated by staff. Okay. An event equipment trailer is for our mobile recreation opportunities or special events. So this would be a fixed inventory within a wrapped and branded trailer. They would have an inventory of chairs, better speakers, tables, flags, or what we call cell banners. And this would, with every special event, they know this event trailer pulls up. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a great product. Most successful special event departments, you're going to have at least one of these. Also, tents, pop-up tents that are branded and logoed. Seasonal part-time aquatic technician. Believe it or not, we have one aquatic technician, and so we have to have other staff who are, they're involved in like safety-related jobs to actually leave those safety-related jobs from some short juncture to go and help maintain splash pads, to help maintain fountains. And so that our aquatic technician he's working like 7 days a week in the summertime, and so this would give him some reprieve by hiring a second tech. We don't need them year round, so just during those summer months when it really matters, so we can control those costs. And then James Atkins, furniture replacement. This would put our furniture, our chairs, like $700 a pop, and they've got to be replaced every 3 years. A recurring cost of $10,000 will allow us the proper replacement plan, 3-year replacement plan.
How long have the furniture been there right now that
We're coming to the end of useful life, so we immediately need the $10,000 just for the replacement for next season.
So it's probably been there longer than 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure how long but it looks like it has.
Yeah,
You should go there, Robert, one day and sit in those chairs.
Yeah,
They're-
I drive by there and take a
Well,
look at
you
the
know,
park,
you should go, yeah.
at least once a week, and everything looks like it's the same. It looks like the same chairs that have been there
From
for
the
a long
70s.
time. Looks like 10 years, actually.
All right.
I agree.
As I mentioned, in expanding the trail system additional 7 miles, we're looking to get an additional trails technician. Trails are really tricky and difficult. I've always said not all park acres are created equally. The most difficult acres of park land to maintain are going to be your trails and your right-of-ways, because everything's linear and you got to trim everything out. And you got to go 2 directions for maintaining it. And so 7 miles additional park technician would allow us to keep our existing cycles. If in the event we didn't get these positions, full disclosure, we'd have to look at our existing service levels, and some parks that are on a 7-day cycle, especially even high visibility, would have to go sometimes to a 14-day cycle. It's going to create a lot more wear on your equipment. It's going to decrease the level of surface. There's going to be a perceived safety risk to it. You all understand how that impact trickles down. Placer AI, it's not really going to solely benefit parks, but we're delegated to be the champion of this endeavor. So this will allow us to get really reliable metrics on all of our events, all of our programs. Placer AI is crowdsourcing technology that's going to tell you how long people stayed at an event, where they traveled to, where they went to eat after the event. It's really cool stuff, but this is something that economic development can use, and they can share with the potential business prospects. This is something the planning division can do for new developments. We think that this would be something you ought to be interested in, just to see the impact of events and where you want to invest. A mower replacement is really we've got a lot of aging equipment, but we found some excess as we streamline some of our processes. And so in this case, we have 4 mowers that are approaching the end of their useful life. Actually there were 5. We reallocated 1 to the trails team. And then with these additional 4, we said, you know what, these are aging out. They're not the best in performance. We feel like we got a healthy pool of things. Let's take these 4, let's turn them in and purchase a new mower with newer technology. And we'll get another 5 to 7 years of useful life out of the equipment. And we get some trade back value. And so that cost is contained at just a little over $5,000. With in-house swim lessons, this is another opportunity for some revenue. This would, right now, we're paying a significant amount for swim lessons. Bringing them in-house would actually be a revenue opportunity, and we'd see a surplus of $4,000 going back to help offset the general fund. Competitive swim team, this would be like a feeder program for some more competitive swim. Right now, we've got the entry-level recreation program, and so this would just allow us to offer our service expansion. A volunteer engagement program, as I mentioned, we got a lot of volunteers to date. They've given us $12,000 in offset. They're helping us build community profiles. They're really becoming strong park advocates for us. There's so many intangibles that come with that. And to help recruit even more volunteers and retain our existing volunteers, we want to give them some acknowledgement, help them with more supplies and tools. And so that's going to be a little over $9,000. We think that's got a huge return on investment. Even just by the in-kind sweat equity alone, you're talking about a $3,000 return. But we think this could be significantly more. The IPM vehicle replacement, this is for our integrated pest management technician. That's also a new service that we're providing this year with our weed control, our fertilization, our aeration that I mentioned earlier. There's a lot of equipment that's got to be hauled, like spray rigs, like ride behind hoppers, and he has a really dated vehicle, so this would be replacing it. Depending on how the conversation continues with the lease versus the buy, might change this, but currently we're looking at the lease. We have an owned vehicle now, trading that in. It's in really bad shape. Trading it in and that annual lease obligation would be almost $15,000. Also a trailer for the IPM the IPM technician, as well as our landscape team. The trailers we currently use, they're in really poor shape, and they're hauling a lot of equipment and plant material on a daily basis. And then expanding City Fest program. This hasn't been something we've talked extensively about, but in our brief conversations, we're talking about growing out that program, maybe growing our reach and impact. And so there's a cost association of $135,000 with that.
David, I don't see anything in here in increasing the utilization and activities at La Verde Park. I mean, we've got that gorgeous pavilion, and we're using it in the summer months once a month.
Yes.
Which is, I think, really inadequate. I think that we've got a lot of musicians that would love to be playing there that are local, not high cost, that would draw our community.
That's something we could look into if that's a priority for the council, to maximize programming there. I agree with you. Maybe it is underutilized, especially with all the turf management that we've got, really managing that lawn the right way and maximizing the way we utilize it.
Yeah,
We'd love to see
facility.
that. We'd love to see that. Anything else before we advance?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the, to the festival and the Spring Fest, making sure that we go back. We hired a team to design this and implement this festival. It's something we worked on for almost 4 years, and we've never really followed through on all that team had assessed and recommended to us. I mean, we're still lacking a lot on the history part of it, showcasing our history of Kyle, the marketing, the branding. We're still not getting everything that we had talked about originally. I think we've already got a good blueprint there. We're just not there yet. But this is way before you were here, David, a lot of your team. And we've actually lost some folks that were a part of that. So going back and maybe researching those notes and what that team, maybe even re-engaging that firm that we hired, because we've already paid for this information, hate to pay for it twice, and really seeing what the backbone of the Spring Fest would be is going to be important. And that's something I think we just need to really review, because I think we can just do a way better job in the future when it comes to, not saying we were doing a bad job, but it's still not the vision that team put together for us.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
If I could go back to number 20, and just to reiterate the place for AI. Oh, no, not that one. I'm sorry. Where was it? Number 12 on the camps. It's something that we also understand from the school district's point of view, is that a lot of these campuses have summer school going on till the end of June. So if we're expecting to try to utilize their space, we're going to be sharing it with them along with construction that happens. Because I remember when Teresa worked at Tom Green, as soon as school was out the next day, teachers, you got to get all your stuff out of there because the maintenance is coming in to redo the floors, redo the paint, and so you just have constant construction and remodeling going on during the summer. So I know we want to be able to utilize a lot of that space and expand out, but unfortunately, we're just kind of sometimes our hands might be tied depending on the campus that it needs to go to, but I think it's all of them. That's the time of the year where maintenance can go in there and utilize that. Because we're doing right now in front of BB Road, right? And so we're getting that road done. But we didn't realize that Science Hall actually had summer school going on at the same time. So it was a matter of those parents and those teachers having to work around our construction. But it's getting done, but maybe something to really consider, maybe the reason why we may not get that full cooperation from the district.
In case in point, that impacted this existing season with the work at Wallace.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anything else? All right. So, quick recap of the FTEs, 5 in total for almost $600,000. The recreation supervisor, the recreation coordinator, the parks technician, the guest services coordinator, and then the parks technician for trails. Again, this is the org chart I showed you all earlier, just by way of refresher, 62 FTEs, and then you see the additional FTEs proposed in the red boxes would bring us to a total of 67 FTEs. So kind of balance across the department. Fees. So started looking at fees earlier this year and seeing any opportunities for things that we were missing, as well as any updates or revisions to existing fees. And so found a lot of opportunity with this. With the new facilities that are coming on board, like Dacey, like Republic Drive, we needed to have an hourly room rate for multi-purpose areas for both facilities. Also for kitchens for Dacey and now Krug, that'll be once the CAS members move. Community garden plot fees. This is something that it was a brief moratorium on this one because when the fees were decided by the committee last year, we were already well advanced into the budget year, and so these are just bringing back what was already agreed upon last year. There's a zero line item, and I wanted to bring your attention to that for garden partners. And so right now we're trying to incentivize individuals who partner with us on the garden, those to take care of the common areas, to help with turning over materials, to help take lead with orientation. And so we wanted to incentivize them by waiving their fee for certain plots.
David?
Yes.
I would prefer that the ADA plots not be more expensive than the regular garden bed plots. They're smaller than those plots are.
Okay.
And I would hate to put an additional burden on people who already, obviously, but from the use of the ADA plot, have some handicapping condition.
We can make that change. This was a suggestion from the garden committee last year, but I think we would agree.
And those are annual fees. It's not a lot, but.
Would you like to see it closer to the 4x8?
Yeah, the same.
Okay. Thank you. Yes,
When
sir.
would be a good time to bring up a question regarding events programming for next year?
You can bring it up now. We are going to be talking about events in another presentation during the annual Did Well, Do Better evaluation, but I mean, you could bring that up anytime.
All right. So I guess I'll just do it now. About 2 years ago, you weren't here though, we took a vote to create Pride Market Days for June. And this year it wasn't done, and I know we talked about it at one point, but I also don't see it in anything, and haven't heard about it. Is there a reason? Was the vote we took not something that was going to recur on a yearly basis, and that it had to be taken on a year-to-year basis?
I don't know the history on the vote. I know really quickly, like the Juneteenth theme took over for market days this year, so I'm thinking maybe not.
Because like typically when we vote to create, when the city, we don't take a yearly vote on doing Juneteenth.
Yes. Yeah, it's a recurring.
So is that something we can figure out of how to include that into the calendar so it's not a debate that needs to take place publicly on a yearly basis? I feel like we're at the point now where it's something we should be doing.
Yes, sir. So when we do our evaluation of Did Well, Do Better in all of our events and programs, we can look at what we're currently offering and something that we want to be a perennial offering for every other year, and funding associated and resources, et cetera, and then make it an ongoing template.
I see what you're getting at, because, in the past, we've always had to vote, let's do red, white, and blue market days, and we all had to vote on that. I remember Councilmember Daniela Parsley wanted to bring that in July. And then we also have Hispanic Heritage Month in September, that those conversations would have to come up. And I think at times it felt like council had to make those agenda items in order for those things to happen, versus the city planning these things out right off the bat. And I think another example, which did happen, I'm thankful, is the Memorial Day celebrations or the remembrance that you did. The city took that on its own and got with local groups to make it happen. It's the same thing with the parades, same thing with everything else. I think that's kind of direction I believe we want to go with, to where the city already has these things lined up versus us having to come out and bring it forward. Because it can get maybe a little hairy in that sense, to where if we're bringing it up, if it's already implemented, that your city staff is already, we're going to recognize all the holidays that, or even if it's St. Patrick's Day or something like that, just that kind of thing, that going forward.
Or we want to set the themes for market days.
There's set the
you know,
themes going forward
yeah.
of what it
'Cause
is.
There seems to
in
be
the
like there's a
city.
little flexibility right now,
Yeah.
or at least that's the perception with the market days. But if we want
Yeah.
these to be perennial offerings.
Yeah, because once we vote on something, we don't have to do it every year. I mean, bring it back
Yeah.
again. I mean, I've talked about, in the past, the flags for our, Veterans Day, Memorial Day, having to pick up the phone, make a phone call. I mean, it's things we shouldn't have to be doing year by year. I mean, when we vote on something, it should already be in place, should be moving forward and not having to continue to stay on it. We've got a bigger staff, and this is why we're increasing staff, is so that we don't have to vote on things all the time and to make phone calls, everything else. This is what we're looking at as the investment as a city, making sure that we're doing what needs to be done, and we have the staff to do it. We're not asking, we don't want to overwhelm one staff member with a lot of work. What we're saying is, let's add the staff, but let's keep in mind that there's things that should be recurring every year, and it doesn't take council having to vote on it. I mean, it's a waste of time for everybody.
Understood.
Yeah.
We can make sure we look at that and include that in our program going forward. Absolutely.
On the room rates, which is new fees proposed, I am concerned about, especially for the multipurpose room rates of $40 an hour. I think that if we're talking about small nonprofit organizations like the Scouts or Master Naturalists or some of those groups, that's not affordable. They basically have no budgets.
Agreed. That's and one thing, if it's not featured here, there is one thing that we've talked about for having a. There you guys are. We've talked about having a discounted rate to add to the fee schedule for like locally serving civic groups, 501c3s. If they're giving back to the city, maybe twice per month, having like a $10 per reservation rate for those groups. Also for park partners.
That'd be good, and I like that you took in mind the residential, non-residential rates. That's important. But yeah, just making sure we're keeping it affordable, because our taxpayers are actually paying for these facilities, so making sure that they're not paying twice. So that's important. But keeping the rate down low is, I'm good with that. And then, but for our 501c3s, yeah, we definitely need to make sure that we're doing what we can to help them, because I mean, most of our 501c3s give back to the city. So
That's right.
it's
Yes, sir.
important. So thanks, David.
Yeah. And I was thinking especially of the New American Center that wants a place to have English as a second language classes. And for them, a $40 fee, the English as a second language classes need to be more than even once a week. So helping those residents integrate into our community more effectively would be unaffordable. And there's really, we know, so few rooms available. The library had availability once a month, which would be inadequate for something like that. I'd like to really be able to facilitate those residents.
Understood. All right. So these are existing fees that we are proposing an increase to. Some aren't very significant. Open swim would be just moving up by maybe anywhere from $1 to $4, depending on the age group. For children, much less. For seniors, much less. Also, just making the Kyle VIP fee a little more of a pass-through, but maybe also there's opportunity to enhance that experience. Any questions on the existing fee increases? All right, and so the overall projections for revenue for this, so we have our actuals to date in the third column, but we projected out to end of year because we still have another quarter left, and then we factored that against our estimated revenues with the new increases or new fees. And so for the recreation revenue projections, we're anticipating an additional $31,500 from this year to next. For the special event projections, we're anticipating another $20,000 in revenue from making those changes. And then $4,500 for the aquatics. So you're maybe $55,000 in total additional revenues with those changes. And then a quick overview. So you see that the base budget, there's from 8.6 million, we're going to 12 million. That's a significant increase, but some of that was right sized in between for an increase in costs for operations to right size the budgets. Also the supplementals that we just went over, and I think one big ticket item was moving the Christmas lighting into our budget as well, instead of keeping it in CIP. So that was $500,000. All right. Are there any questions on this before I move to CIP? Okay, drum roll, please. Okay, so the methodology that we have established for CIP is to invest towards high-quality, innovative parks that set our city apart and enhance community identity. This is in line with the PRO's master plan goals as well as your strategic vision. Currently, we have a 5-year CIP. We're moving into year 2 of that 5-year CIP, but this is some planning terminology that we'll be throwing around. We throw it around all the time, but just by way of reminder, starting out with feasibility. This is such an important process. Sometimes we like to jump from step 1, sometimes to step 6, or just jump right into step 6. But we've seen in our system making that jump, if we're not careful, can be very costly, like in the millions without proper planning. And so going from feasibility and due diligence to our master plan and conceptuals to schematic to design development, you all are very familiar with that. You've got some big projects under your belt, and we've had some recently with Daisy and moving through these phases. Okay, so with our current year CIP, we have 28 active projects. I remember Public Works, I think it was Public Works, talking about like the workload of a project manager. We have 1 project manager with 28 active projects. Some of that philosophy or school of thought varies by the amount of funding per project, but we have Will, and Chris helps out a lot, but that's a lot that they're working through now. Everything that you see, and so that total of running projects right now is a little north of $3 million. What you see in the red are it's not contained within that $3 million, but we're actively working on them. So those are coming from CO bonds, TERS, HOT. All right, let's see here. We have, so here's a summary of that, now moving into year 2 of the 5-year CIP. As you can see, some of these parks in blue, there's a lot of carryover. So you're like, okay, we're already working on the skate park, but it won't fully come into service until the next fiscal year, as well as the Greg Clark Park, all the preliminary design projects that you all just approved within the past few weeks. Everything's just blending together right now for me. And then what I wanted to point out too is, and you all probably noticed, moving into FY 26-27, we have splash pads on there. That's a placeholder. We're preparing for worse, but hoping for the best. We're doing everything to keep these operational, but these splash pads already need some love, to my point earlier about the design process, but we're doing everything to keep them running. And if everything goes good, we're going to shift some of those projects from FY 27-28 over to, and we'll keep moving that along. So they just keep replacing it. But we just wanted to have that front and center because no surprises is sort of our goal.
I do want to reiterate, the splash pads they were a great idea. I mean, when I see those young families out there and the parents and everybody with their kids, it's pretty amazing. The only issue I ever had was that we built lesser of a pad. We should have been building for the quality of what we have the standard here in Kyle, something that's going to be functional, that's going to be able to maintain and run for a long time. And that's something that I think these splash pads, unfortunately, I think we kind of need to make a priority because the people already expect them. And anytime I open up an app and says that splash pads are down, I mean, I keep thinking about the young kids that were probably thinking about going out there that day. So making sure that we make it maybe little higher priority, Brian, would be something that I'd like to see happen because, I mean, to see the young people there enjoying the splash pads is something I like. Watching the families being out there interact and not having that, especially in the hot summer months, is kind of a detriment to us as a city, especially because we've already put them out there. So I'd like to just see it prioritized a little more. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Park and Recreation shares your concerns. I mean, it's that you want to talk about. I mean, one of our big goals from the master plan was to lower barriers to entry, and there's really no barrier to entry for these. They're free, just like playgrounds, free for everybody. You don't have to think about admissions, but it's safe and fun, cool activity during the hot summer months.
I would just like to say, yeah, Rizzo, thank you for bringing that up. When these were approved, I think they were under budgeted, and we tried to do the best to stretch the dollars that we had. I wish it would have been recommended at the time by more, than just myself to increase that budget amount. That was something we should have done because it's better to do it right the first time with better quality and better vision materials, right? So what we're seeing now is just the breakdown, the loss of the time, and I do agree we need them out there. They provide a good quality of life for, kids that can't swim, but they're able to, enjoy them, and it's safe for the parents sitting there. So I am glad to see this, but I think that, we spent more money trying to do it a cheaper way, and that's the result of this. So definitely, we don't want to continue to do this again in big projects, especially when we're looking at Kensington or any of these newer parks. We want to make sure that we put the right amenities in there the first time.
And Councilmember, that's exactly what I was alluding to when I mentioned like proper planning could save you millions of dollars in the long run. You're talking 10 to 15% of planning budget that could have a huge return and avoid these situations.
Yeah, and I know it's a lot for you to do in your budget. I know that when we looked at the Parks Master Plan, you were the one department that needs like the most personnel for the size and for the acre of parks that we have. So I am glad to see some of you're asking for the new positions, which I believe they're going to be strategic in there. But I still think that we need to increase your department to not overburden the employees and staff that we have, especially with the outreach and the community events. Those are really tough.
Thank you. Thank you. And so just so you don't think that Chris, Will, and I pull a fast one on you, you do see like at the end of the 5-year program, we land closer to 27 million, but we do see grant opportunities along the way to bring us back to 25.
Just all right. I'll wait for next year because I'm getting things already now. We're getting things here. We're getting number 6, and then we're also looking at getting the fitness court. But if we could somehow put in the wish list to start looking at Vista Park, because I know it's not budgeted here, which is fine. It's okay. Everything's there, but it's something to look down the road for that park. Because when we showed the possibilities for that area, I had about 2 or 3 families from Indian Paintbrush were just like, wow, that looks perfect. Well, maybe we might get a swimming pool on this side of town. But I have to really think about our budget, where our money's at, and future projects down the road. If it's something that could be in the wish list for a couple years from now. Because I know it's in the 5-year, it's already laid out. But if there's, like you said, grant money, funding money, or a certain amount of parks may not cost as much, we can throw, if it's $1 million here saved or $2 million there, just to kind of start putting it on the back burner. Because when we're talking about the CIP projects, and I know Leon's gone already, he knew I was going to say this, but we're still waiting for Sunflower Circle to get paved. But that's that street, that city street that is in the Vista Park area, because I've been promising those people it's coming for 3 years now. So, but I understand that there's other priorities ahead of us.
Well, the back burner is the next slide over, because we do mention a little more on Kyle Vista. Is that what you're referring to? We do mention a little more on that on the next slide.
Okay.
Before I advance to that next slide, I did want to point out as well, those projects are split into multi-phases, and so we know 25 million became real. Chris is really chomping at the bit, probably interrupt you and I, council member, to point this out, but we're showing phase one, and so those are just maybe half of the cost for a total renovation of those parks. I mean, you look at Lake Kyle, or you look at Greg Clark Park, and as you can envision, for what these master plans are going to show is what these parks should and could be, and they're big investments.
So just to mention, we are looking at some potential partnerships and funding opportunities for Cal Vista. We'll be bringing that to council in the near future, and could address some of the points that you've mentioned, funding for making park improvements, as well as some facility options out there. So we'll be looking at that and bringing it forward. We do think that's a great piece of property and has a lot of opportunities to be developed.
And Mike, you can't have no more city dollars. District 6 has gotten a lot of the road bond and everything else. Give District 2 and District 4 a chance.
It's been a long time coming.
The adoption center there.
It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, no, it's great. And you've been a great advocate for your district. It's great, and I'm going to advocate for District 2 now. It's definitely
it's still
needed to see the importance of Greg Clark Park and the roads that are coming in as well. One of the things I do want to mention, David, is just making sure that we're continuing down the road and the path y'all are doing. I love the work charts. I love your presentation today. It's given us a lot of insight, but I think, I'm glad for the new additions. And one reason why I was here when our trail system was being built by two people with a chainsaw and a weed eater. I mean, that's what our trail system consisted of back in the day. To see where we are now and looking at the new implications is going to be great. I mean, I'm really excited about where we are, what we're doing. Brian, great job, and you and Jesse, some of the great park staff, and moving us forward. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that.
So Kensington is not on the CIP at all, so all that's handled in a different budget
It
at
is.
this point.
It's on the next slide because it doesn't come out of the 25 million. It's just slated to be CO bond funded. Which there is another slide, Dr. Harris, that will talk about some of those. So just a quick recap of the 25 million and what's contained. So if this were a really vertical slide, it would show this in the yellow is what's above the line, and what's in the orange is what has fallen below the line, not included in the $25 million. So, there could be a projection to extend the 5 for 25 years, or just thinking about some things that could maybe be replaced from the yellow to the orange. There is flexibility involved, but we wanted to bring to your attention these highly important projects that are not currently funded.
Council, that's not to say that those projects are off the list. That's just within the 5 million over the next 5 years that they've fallen past that.
Yeah, we understand. Trust me, I'll be advocating for Greg Clark Park, but I'm getting the skate park already, so I've got to win already.
You got the park, you got the pool, you got that. No, I'm just saying.
We're comparing park size now.
Got to fight for my.
You can tell we've been in a meeting now for 4.5 hours.
All right,
without
and
stop.
Thank you, David.
This is the light at the end of the tunnel. Last slide before we start taking any additional feedback. But Dr. Harris, here's where you would see the Lake Kensington and the 2020 bond projects and everything not included in that $25 million. At this time, I'll take any additional questions you all have.
All right, I had a little elf send a message to me yesterday. Christmas, how does that look? Any decorations, anything new, anything that's on the horizon?
We'll be bringing a presentation back on Christmas as well. As you all know, we didn't utilize the full $500,000 last year, and so we're looking at the existing contracts capacity. Some of the existing features that we have need some mending. We might be able to get another year out of them before we got to spend money on repairs. But I say all that to say we think we can still deliver the product you guys want within the $500,000. But whether it's an administrative increase to the old contract because it was under the $500,000, or looking at putting out another RFP, those are all on the table, and we'll bring that back to you all at a later date.
How's the structure on the tree? We've had it there for about a couple of years now. Is it still pretty sound as far as the durability on it?
The ribbon tree is one that we're looking at, like some refurbishment on it, but we think we've got another year in most of our pieces before we really have to
Yeah.
sink much cost into that.
All right, sounds good. That's what I got.
Long day.
And just real quick on the Christmas thing, the original conversation happened that we would be able to drive from the gateway of Kyle all the way down to Greg Clark Park and have the holiday designs. That's including lighting up the water tower as well. So making sure we remember the full scope of that work.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, David, and just last thing, also on the parks that, we'd like to see the plans for the fields, like the baseball fields, soccer fields as well, when you do bring those construction designs. And anywhere that you can incorporate automation, I'll say the same thing to you, where we can use less manpower, to be more efficient in the taking care of these parks and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Consider that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Robots.
So just we'll look for any of those that we can find. Just one more comment before we wrap up. This is the last of our Saturday work sessions with you before we present the budget. I believe it's July 26th, if I remember, is our next budget work session that we'll have. I'll be presenting my recommended budget to you at that time. We've given you a lot of materials today. We've taken a lot of notes on the feedback that we've gotten from the council. If you have any other feedback that you want to provide to us, please share that with us before we put together those recommendations. We'll be bringing that back to you on the 26th, and you'll have a lot of discussion. That'll be a very full presentation, lots of materials for you to go through about the budget, and then we'll be asking you to consider adopting the budget in September. So that's kind of the process a little bit. We can certainly do more work sessions after that point. We can do more Saturdays if you want after that to go through more things in detail. It'd really be kind of up to you to tell us what additional conversations you want to have. But we appreciate your time today, and hopefully this provides a good overview of the key issues. There's a lot of asks and a lot of needs, and the needs are always going to be more than the funding that we have. So I think it's all about prioritizing things. The budget, to me, is all about choices. What choices do you want to make? What are the right priorities? And again, we've got a lot of good feedback from you today, but hopefully you can see some of the thoughts that we have and how we're kind of trying to put this together. So again, thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. I know it's we got you 2 Saturdays in a row. I know you have better places to be and lots of other things to do. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, anything else? Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.